All right, Ron, just want to make sure you can hear us.
I can. Can you okay?
Yes, I can hear you. Perfect. Thank you. Green means go.
I was going to, but I thought. Well, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to the work session for July 22nd, 2025, the Sarasota County School Board. We'll go ahead and we'll start. We have a full day today and a board meeting as well as an update on the budget too today. So if we would, I'll have Superintendent Connor go ahead and start off our work session today. Mr. Connor?
Thank you, Board Chair. Good morning, everyone. And it's exciting that we are very close to the start of school already. It's hard to believe we are less than 3 weeks away. And I know all the students are extremely excited about it, as well as our staff members. As we, I know my son and my daughter are so excited to come back. But no, it's been a great summer. It's been fast and furious, and we have lots of updates for you today. Lots of discussion around legislative impact. You know, the session ended. It was quite a unique experience with the legislative session this year, and we finally have put a bow on that, and we have closed that out. And we know what the overall impact will be in terms of finances, in terms of legislation coming down that is impacting education here in Florida. So today we'll start with Mr. Parento and our partners from Capital City Consulting Group, who will give us a review of the legislative session, as well as some policies that currently exist that will need to be updated to be in compliance with new legislation as well. Then we're going to move into every workshop. We do a strategic plan update, and we're going to focus in on Pillar 4.1, which is maintaining sustainable financial practices. And our CFO, Ms. Bonnie Penner, will be providing an update. And I do want to pause and introduce our onboarding of our new CFO, Ms. Gabby Jaremchek, who is coming to us. Started on July 7th and has previous experience as CFO here in Florida, and has worked in a couple of districts here in Florida as well. So we're excited to have her on. She's just going to be in the shadows today as Bonnie presents, and she is getting all of the information fast and furious and drinking through a fire hose, but doing a wonderful job. And then we will move into a conversation around state assessment results. You know, every year about this time we get our school grades and we know how our schools fared out. We'll talk about our school state assessment results and then move into some great updates around our anti-vaping efforts with our task force and college and career and life readiness updates as well. So we'll start with Mr. Parento.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good morning, board members. Thank you for allowing me to be here today to provide a quick recap of the 2025 legislative session, which was truly unique with extending well beyond the 60 days as the state tried to hammer out a budget towards the end there. But I want to start by thanking the superintendent and many members of staff that are in this room and countless others that aren't for all of the collaboration that we went through this legislative session to discuss bills and impacts and ways that we could communicate our message out to our legislative delegation and others to try to make things as beneficial for our district as we could. We spent countless hours pushing different messaging with calls and meetings, just trying to make sure that we stayed on top of things from the start to the finish. And as I mentioned, our legislative session was very unique. Our partners at Capital City Consulting, Ms. Megan Fay, who is traveling today and couldn't be here, and Mr. Ron LaFace, who will be joining us online, were very, very helpful in their efforts with helping with some of that. They were on top of things from start to finish and willing to adjust when we would throw something new at them, whether it was on a Tuesday at 3 p.m. or a Saturday at 7 a.m. as we wanted to get some different messaging out. So without their efforts, I think that some things may not have been as successful for us in this session as they were. And with that, I will hand it over to Mr. Ron LaFace for a brief recap of the legislative session and some of the bills that passed.
Thank you, sir. Ron LaFace with Capital City Consulting. Appreciate the opportunity, Superintendent, board members, to present to you guys today about the 2025 legislative session review workshop. I will say I think the theme of the day is it was a unique session, so we'll just stick with that one. And you guys, I'm sure, followed it in the papers, but will be evident from some of the recount how unique this session was. We can go ahead and move, or you've already moved to the next slide. That works perfect. So, as I mentioned, the uniqueness, I would also characterize it as the legislature struggled working together with the new leadership and the governor as he approaches his final 2 years in office. What should have been a 60-day session took 105 days in order to come to a General Appropriations Act and associated conforming bills. It took until June 16th for the legislature to end up passing a conference report that they were ready to send to the governor. We had an extended session with a lot of start and stops. There didn't really seem to be that much of a disagreement about how the legislature necessarily wanted to approach the budget. The disagreement was really around how much money they were planning to spend and how they could curtail the state spending in future years as we waned off of COVID funding and looked into potentially having less revenue at the state. So that was really the driver that kept us into an extended session. But at the end of the day, for the current fiscal year that began July 1st, the legislature did appropriate a $115 billion budget. The governor did his veto review on June 30th, and so that budget is in place. It's important to note that that budget is $3.5 billion less last year's budget, which seems like a significant amount of money. It certainly is. But what's interesting, and a point that I like to make, is that when you look into the individual spending silos, the cuts were not really felt by when you compare the spending silos for this year's budget to last year's budget. So, for example, in K-12, in this year's budget, there's $401 million more than there was last year. Same with higher ed, $141 million more. And healthcare, that silo, which is a huge silo of the state budget, is $1.4 billion more than last year's budget. So although you had $2.5 billion less in the individual silos, they did spend more. A lot of the cuts came in general government administration, which is state government and its associated agencies, where they cut $403 million. Another issue to keep on your radar screen is the legislature did pass an increase to the budget stabilization fund, which is a referendum that will go before the voters at the 2026 election, where they're mandating or putting in front of the voters to mandate in the Constitution that the state has to maintain a 25% general revenue reserve. Which is up from 10%. So that is something, like I said, the voters will need to approve. But if it does, it will mandate that legislatures put more money aside, which gets back to the original point of one of the goals, particularly of the House of Representatives, was to figure out a way to curtail future spending, and this was one of the ideas. Another kind of theme of this session that I like to point out, even though it doesn't directly impact school districts at the moment, but the conforming bill with the budget does contain, or the implementing bill does contain language that establishes a DOSH authority within the Office of the Governor's Policy and Budget Division, which expressly authorizes them to look into local government spending and provides fines for noncompliance. This does not apply to school districts in the way that it was written. It applies to cities, municipalities, special districts, pretty much every other municipal and county office. And you might have seen yesterday the state with the new CFO issued letters to Broward County and I believe the city of Gainesville beginning to ask for information under this DOGE language, and we expect more to come. One other point that I had to make, just a big view of the budget, is after the governor's review, we were able to maintain the appropriation, the $750,000 to Northport branch expansion at the technical college. So that appropriation was funded and did pass the governor's review. Moving on to the next slide, which are just the budget highlights. I know you all will go into depth in your budget workshop, but the overall I guess theme is that it was pretty flat funding this year. Small BSA increase, small per student funding increase, but when you line it up against the required spending of the Florida retirement system increases, as well as the teacher salary increases, as well as just the increased of cost of running the district, certainly the BSA increase does not make up for that. Probably one of the biggest funding issues that we faced here, as you all are aware, was the proposal to cut add-on bonus funding for AP, IB, and ACE courses, as well as the CAPE list, actually in half. So the House proposal, which was prevalent through the entire session, would have reduced what Sarasota receives in add-on funding by 50%. I think it was about a $6.5 million cut, if I remember correctly, to Sarasota. I will say that the Sarasota community somewhat led the charge statewide. And there was a significant charge. I mean, there were thousands of emails, thousands of calls, a lot of advocacy by parents, by the community, by school districts, and I'm happy to report that we were successful in maintaining the add-on bonus funding at the end of the day with no cuts. They did change the way that the funding is actually works in the budget. Instead of it being in the FEFP, they as an add-on weight, they created a separate categorical, so it'll flow through the FEFP. And the legislature did that as in their minds to increase transparency, because now you can see with each district exactly how much they are generating in add-on bonus funding. Moving on to the next slide, Senate Bill 2510. This is the education conforming bill, which is the bill that is supposed to implement budget decisions in the General Appropriations Act. As we know and see every single year, it includes various other topics outside of the budget that could arguably be related to the budget. So it's really a bill that kind of drives some important policy that they want to get done as a part of the budget accord. The biggest issues in there, I'm sure you've heard, is an expansion of the existing School of Hope program. Basically, the legislature broadened the definition of low-performing schools. It also allows schools of hope to use underutilized or surplus facilities at no cost. The DOE, particularly on the co-locating at underused facilities, is supposed to work on some rules on how that will work with school districts if a School of Hope does intend to use a surplus or an underutilized facility. But it's something that everybody certainly needs to keep their eye on. The way that the School of Hope program will work after the changes in 2510 is basically a School of Hope would submit an application to either a college or a university or a letter of intent to a school district. Students that are in the low-performing school zone area would get preferential enrollment in the School of Hope, but the School of Hope would need to enter into a performance agreement with the district using State Board Performance Matrix, and they would have to meet that matrix in order to receive funding in future years. I would say the biggest takeaway of the School of Hope is that we need to pay special attention to our annual underutilized facility report and make sure that it is accurate and is correctly designating facilities as underutilized or as surplus. So this is a good opportunity to ensure that report is completely accurate and is up to date. Another issue in the conforming bill related to Schools of Hope is there is a existing revolving loan program that helps Schools of Hope meet startup costs as infrastructure, and the legislature did ensure that revolving loan program would maintain a balance with the expectation that there will be more Schools of Hope coming into the state. So that will yet to be seen. They did make some changes to the CAPE certifications, removing the digital tools for middle grades. And then in the New Worlds book program, they did make some changes to try to create some efficiencies where students who had signed up for accounts but were inactive, currently the account would stay open for 3 years. They're closing them down at 1 year, which is just really an efficiency issue. Moving on to the next slide, a very important bill that we kind of led the charge on this year was providing some relief to the state-mandated middle and high school start times that was enacted 2 years ago. You'll recall that the legislature said that middle schools could not begin before 8 and high schools could not begin before 8:30, and asked districts to work with their communities and schools during the last 2-year period to see if this was feasible. Based on feedback, the legislature did allow for an exemption this year to the school start times, where if a district files a report talking about their current school times, the implementation strategies that have been considered to meet the new school times, as well as that if you find that the financial impact and the unintended consequences outweigh effectively the later school start times, then the district would be exempt. So that process is now in place, and I believe that any district can submit a report after July 1st to go ahead and maintain your current school start times if you do meet the prongs in the report. The next bill to talk about is Senate Bill 1470, which is the school safety bill this year. I anticipate that we're going to continue to have school safety bills every single year. It is an important issue, and we're always finding tweaks that need to be made or issues that need to be addressed. This year's bill is no different. The two biggest pieces, I would say, in this bill is certainly it expands the Guardian program to private schools and child care facilities if they so opt to participate. But most importantly, is it provides a framework and a definition to which doors, gates need to be locked during school hours while students are present. As you know, that there was a provision put in place last year that required all doors and gates to be locked when students were present, but didn't provide a lot of detail on how to implement that. In this year's bill, they defined exactly what needs to be locked and when, and it's effectively designated what's called exclusive zones, which in my head view as kind of the inner workings of each school. And our understanding is that these exclusive zones have already been designated as a part of your school security policies, so it should be implemented in somewhat of an easy fashion. The next two bills I would consider them to be omnibus education bills. As we've mentioned, this was a very unique session. Because of the unique session and that we were not coming to an agreement during session, there were a lot of breakdowns and conversations. There were a lot of education bills moved through the process. They were somewhat held on the House and Senate floors until the very end. And what they ended up doing was combining a number of individual bills into these next two bills kind of large packets. So it's really, these bills are kind of a hodgepodge of different issues and bills that were making their way through, but they decided at the end of the day that they weren't going to be able to pass a lot of individual standalone bills. So they combined the issues that they really wanted to get across the finish line, beginning with House Bill 1105. A number of issues in this bill. The ones that I wanted to highlight were first requiring that surtax revenue be shared proportionally with charter schools, similar policy for sales tax and other referendum local taxes that they need to be shared with the charter schools proportionally. Along with charter schools, they did enact the job engine conversion charter legislation that's been around for a few years that effectively allows for a conversion charter without a teacher vote. So it would just be based on the parents and, certainly working with the school district on a conversion situation. They added some school bus protections for trespassing. Apparently, in some areas of the state, trespassing on buses has become an issue where people are trying to board the buses who shouldn't belong on the bus. And they fixed what was considered to be a glitch with making sure that you could trespass individuals who were trying to board a bus off of school property. I'm sure you've heard, but in 1105, they did also enact cell phone restrictions, which was a total ban on cell phones in grades K through 8, and then established a pilot program for a ban in high schools. Interesting about the pilot program is that it had some funding associated with it, which the governor did veto. So I'd still expect the pilot program to be held with 6 districts. I think they wanted 2 rural, 2 medium, 2 large districts, but there won't be funding associated with the pilot in order to collect the data and assist with that. So that's just something to keep in mind. And then there are various curriculum changes. The most important was repealing the certificate of completion. So that's something that we're certainly going to have to make some changes around. They did allow for marching band to satisfy PE and arts requirements, allowed for ACE arts course to qualify for Seal of the Fine Arts, which I know is something that the seal is important to Sarasota over the years. They do develop a workforce credential for students on the autism spectrum, which received a lot of support and encouragement, and then also allowed for the AP capstone program to qualify for Bright Futures. Moving on to 1255, which is just like 1105. It was the other omnibus education package. A number of issues in here, I would say, probably not as groundbreaking as 1105, but worthy of awareness. There is going to be a review of all of the state standards this year, and they're going to be resubmitted to the State Board of Education by July 1st of next year. The review is really focused on making sure that the standards only consist of standards that are tied to benchmarks or the state academic standards. So they're really looking for any information that is outside of the standard in order to streamline, what actually gets put into instructional materials. There were some changes around who can deliver reading interventions. They must be conducted by personnel with reading certification or endorsement, or if they have the new literacy micro-credential, they must be supervised by somebody who's reading, certified reading specialist. There was a glitch that was done related to the CLT. You may recall last year, I believe it was last year, the legislature had the CLT as becoming an assessment that state universities should accept. The way that our state universities are governed, it didn't apply to the preeminent universities like the University of Florida. So they fixed that glitch, and then some changes related to student discipline. A couple of other items that I mentioned is that they do add liability insurance to the type of expenses that can be funded using our district millage. And then both 1105 and 1255 have language in there. Really affects local government's land use authority for charters and privates, basically saying that they have to treat them, the local governments have to treat them from a zoning perspective the same that they treat public schools. Couple of other bills that I wanted to put on your radar screen, moving to the next slide. This first one is student participation in interscholastic sports. This was an effort that Sarasota actually presented to Chairman McFarland, Student Academic Success Committee, about the district's choice program related to athletics. Effectively, the bill allows for enrollment or for a student at a private or charter or school to participate in the district's athletic program. It doesn't guarantee them a spot on any team, but certainly allows them the opportunity to try out for teams. And then Senate Bill 356 establishes the Holocaust Remembrance Day, and day will be January 27th. There's specific language in the bill that authorizes school districts to suitably observe this holiday, but that will be a district decision of how you observe it. But the governor will be designated in that day each year, June 27th. So let's keep that on the radar screen. Next bill to mention is Senate Bill 1374, which is really a bill that strengthens reporting and accountability measures related to educator arrests, misconduct. You can see some of the issues there. It just really increases some oversight about district personnel and teachers to make sure that if there is an issue that it is known by the district and law enforcement as soon as possible. Moving to the next two slides, I call these student health and safety measures. Two bills to be aware of. First one deals with anaphylaxis or a severe allergic reaction. It makes sure that there are enough personnel at each school based on a ratio, on kindergarten through 8th grade schools that are trained in dealing with severe allergic reactions, and also make sure that a student's emergency action plan, if they do have allergies, is available at all times on school grounds while the student is there. The next bill is electrocardiograms, which requires all high school athletes to complete an ECG to detect heart conditions. There certainly are a number of caveats to that, where students can exempt themselves for religious or medical reasons, or if there is no provider available that is reasonably cost. School districts are required to try to establish some local partnerships for low-cost ECGs, but there is also a liability protection that Sarasota specifically worked on to make sure that the district's not gaining any liability if a student does file an exemption and does not have an ECG that is available for the district to look at. And then the last bill that I want to mention doesn't necessarily have direct impact on school districts, but it's something to be aware of for interest for high students. Effectively, Senate Bill 994 does require all students getting a learner's driving permit to complete a driver's education course that is approved by the Department of Education. The Department of Education has the course code available with the curriculum, but you're going to see a lot more interest in students who are looking at learner's permits to complete the driver's education course. I do want to mention three items that did not pass, but are things that I know that are important to the district. The first one is we spent a lot of time this session on scholarship accountability. I believe it was Senate Bill 7030, and the House had a proposal as well. And this was really because we've seen so many issues, at least in the last year, on cross-checking students, where a student would apply for a scholarship but then end up in the district count. And there was a lot of discussion, particularly around the third calculation, of not knowing where a student was, meaning did they actually take the scholarship or were they instructed by the district? And it was found to be a significant number of students statewide, and the legislature is still reviewing that, and I believe the Auditor General is doing a deep dive into where these students are and going to be issuing a report in fall. Part of all of that is that the legislature put together a pretty significant package of trying to resolve some of these scholarship accountability issues. The package did things like move the distributions to monthly, and that they had to verify eligibility for each payment that was distributed. There were application windows, created a standard withdrawal form for districts that every student needed to fill out. There were additional eligibility documentations for residency, providing birth certificates, and then required the DOE to develop a cross system. It's really an attendance system that they would tie into school districts, scholarship accountability organizations, and make sure that they know where the student is and they're not being duplicately counted. That bill did not pass, and the reason at the end of the day I do not believe it passed is because the legislature decided they still needed to do some more investigating and wait for this report to come out. So that is going to be a major issue, I believe, next session. They did do a few things related to scholarships, where they do require districts to report students that are obtaining scholarships. Requires the DOE to figure out how to start tracking attendance in their current SIS mainframe system. It's somewhat of an old, antiquated system at the department, so they asked the department to come up with a plan on how they were going to track the attendance. And as I mentioned, the Auditor General is looking into this issue, and we expect a report in October of 2025 that should provide more insights. And then moving on to the final slide, the last two bills that I wanted to mention that did not pass. The first one being the sovereign immunity bill, which is an issue that Representative McFarland has worked on for many years. The district did do a specific white paper for her, and that was very helpful in questions and issues that came up while they were considering that bill. But the legislature did not enact it, so we have no changes to the current sovereign immunity provisions. And then finally, there was a bill that moved through the process a little bit related to agent representation for student athletes, as well as name, image, and likeness, but that bill also did not pass. And I believe that bill did not pass because of all kind of the federal and state activity going on with it. They wanted to kind of see how NIL develops a little bit, and then expect that issue to be a continuing issue in the future. So with that, that's kind of the end of the update. And I hope it gave you a little context into our unique session.
Thank you, Ron. I appreciate it. And board members, just a couple of other things to point out. As Ms. Face mentioned, as you all know, our district took a very active role, especially around the academic accelerated courses and preserving that funding. And I really want to thank our principals, because they played a huge role in that. Dr. Green and I sat down with them immediately after this all came out. I asked them for buckets of information in a very short time frame, from total number of tests passed to average number of tests passed per student to scholarships that these students were able to obtain, and they got it to me in hours, if not a day at the longest. So they were also willing to really step out of their comfort zone and jump on calls with our legislative delegation. Our delegation was very accessible and very responsive, and asking hard questions of us, making us provide information showing that we were doing things the right way with this funding, when the statewide look from the survey they did a couple of years ago looked like a lot of districts weren't. So we were able to provide them with that information, and in talking with legislators, that was very impactful. So to our local delegation, thank you for being willing to engage with us and ask us hard questions, put pressure on us, and make us provide that evidence that we're doing it right. And push for alternative measures that can get to the same goal and have additional accountability to make sure that these taxpayer dollars are being spent the right way. And Mr. LaFace also mentioned the student athlete electrocardiograms bill. And I can tell you that at the August meeting, we will have a contract on the agenda because Mr. Slayton and I, before he retired, started working on this. Rep. McFarland was a great partner in hearing our concerns about certain liability protections, what the cost would be, what the district would absorb in that. And I'm very happy to say that even after Mr. Slayton's retirement, Mr. Tony Miller, who is now the district athletic director, and I have met multiple times, and we have a partnership ready to bring to you for approval that will offer these screenings to our student athletes at $20 for each of them. And you know, the organization that does it is great. If there are students who are unable to pay, they're not going to kick somebody out. They're not going to say, no, you can't get it. And while the legislation says student athletes participating for the first time beginning in 26, 27, we want to open that up to everybody, because if some undiagnosed heart condition can be detected for $20 and save a student's life, I mean, there's no reason that we would want to say, well, you've been participating for 3 years, we're not going to do that for you. So the organization has been great in answering our questions, making sure that we have things lined up where we need, and we'll be bringing that to you all in August. Couple other things. As the superintendent mentioned, anytime we have legislative changes like this, it does require policy revisions. We have presented 17 policy changes to you this morning with revisions that will align us with all of these state changes and keep us in compliance. You have kind of an info sheet about what those changes are, and then drafts of each of those.
Would it be okay to ask the lobbyist, board has questions in reference to the lobbyist before you go through the changes?
Yes, sir. We weren't going to go through all of the policy changes that are in, just pointing out that we do have them. And then a couple of them, one thing worth noting that it kind of changed within the last week is the Florida Department of Education had a bunch of safety policy revisions on their agenda for last Wednesday's meeting. And the Commissioner Kamoutzis, the new Commissioner of Education here in Florida, had some concerns with some of the language, so they pulled those. We will not be bringing those policies to you for approval to advertise until we see their final language, because he had some concerns, wanted to clear them up, wanted to fine-tune some of that language at the state level, so we don't want to bring anything forward until we know what that's going to look like. And then once we get through questions, I know that this legislative session feels like it just ended, but we'll be bringing forward a proposal for a potential legislative platform at our next board workshop, because once we get into October committee meeting, we'll be kicking off in Tallahassee for the 26th session. So not a whole lot of downtime with that. Superintendent, I'll hand it back to you, and we can open it up to questions from the board.
Board members? Mr.
Ron, thank you for the update. My first question is is related to the accelerated course funding or defunding. Is there a rationale for that? Is there explaining as to the why behind it?
Yes, and this has been somewhat of an issue that has been kind of discussed in the background, but nobody before this session took the initiative to try to address it. And I will caveat what I'm about to tell you with, I do think that there were some strategic reasons why this issue, was addressed in the way that it was. But I do think that there was an actual willingness and interest in readjusting the amount that's paid for accelerated mechanisms. And let me tell you the policy reason behind it. The way that bonus funding works is that it's an added weight on each FTE that participates and successfully performs whether one of the accelerated courseworks, whether it's AB, IB, or ACE. That weight is set in the FEFP as like a 0.08 or a 0.16 on top of what the FTE itself generates without the accelerated mechanism. When they did House Bill 1 on universal vouchers, they collapsed a number of categoricals into the base. So like the instructional materials, categorical, and other items that had been, separately basically kept out of that bonus funding weight became weighted by the bonus funding. So let's say that the amount, the .08 applied previously to $100 per student. After they collapsed the categoricals, the .08 applied to, say, the $150 per student because of the collapse of categoricals. So because of kind of that math equation, there was a lot in the legislature that felt that accelerated courses were getting too much money because they were generating per student a lot more than they used to before they did House Bill 1. So this was an effort to realign how much each course generated. But what the legislature did was issue a report, got some feedback from various districts that the department kind of put together for them. There was a lot of questions about the accuracy of some of the information the legislature was looking at, particularly how the money was being spent. And when the legislature made the decision, okay, well, we're just going to cut the bonus funding in half, there was certainly a very strong case to make that cut was detrimental and significantly more than needed to do in order to rebalance the weighted amount that was previously basically awarded before they collapsed the categoricals. So long story short, there was a math reason why they did it, where this money was generating more money than it had in the past. But we made the successful argument that this is money that is being generated and reinvested into the schools that generate them for the programs that are showing acceleration for students. And at the end of the day, we're able to justify that the funding that is currently being awarded should continue.
And Mr. Edwards, tacking on to that just a bit, one of the pieces of feedback that we received in our conversations with legislators was that DOE study that the legislature received, the study had basically 5 buckets that districts could say where they were spending the money. And there was this generic 5th bucket of other. And there were a lot of things that were falling into that bucket that truly do go back to the program, but they're not teacher salaries, they're not instructional materials. But when you talk about state-of-the-art equipment for some of those programs that are needed, that are the industry standard, that fell into the other bucket. And one of the arguments that we made is that this does benefit the program. This does help the student earn this funding. And the study needs to be broken down a little bit more. But the legislature sees that there are some districts that are using it for expenses that are nowhere near related towards these programs. And one of the pieces of feedback that we got at the end of this was that they kind of knew that there were going to be districts that came out ahead and there were going to be districts that came out behind on this. The way it ended up, there were 13 districts that were going to come out behind with how they were going to roll that money back into the FEFP, and we were one of those 13.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the part that I'm still, let me just say that I don't think the programs go back to the schools. The programs go back to the students. And that's the part that if we're driving higher educational outcomes, that's a baffling equation to me. And I appreciate the math, Ron. I appreciate all the, but if we're really caring about our kids and their educational outcomes, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. And why I'm asking this question is I've only been on this dais for 5 years, but when they go after something and they lose it 1 year, they come back at it a second and a third year with a frenzy. Can we expect that?
I would say with the add-on bonus funding issue, we should always be vigilant and make sure that we can justify and demonstrate where every dollar is going and how it's going back to the student's achievement. I do think that the way that they have now broken this funding into a categorical, where it shows up in the FEFP run, just like every other piece of the FEFP where you can see exactly by district, exactly by program, what is being funded. They have certainly set it up for continued scrutiny, which I don't shy away from, particularly when it comes to Sarasota, because I think that we can demonstrate where every dollar is going and how basically the pay for performance is going back and supporting those students. But it is definitely something that is going to stay on the radar screen. With the way that it ended this year, there are still those in legislative education appropriations process that believe the funding is the bonuses are generating too much funding because they are still being funded at the level well above what they were before the categorical was collapsed. But I think that we just need to continue to make bases to why pay for performance is what the state wants as its policy, and why we're being good stewards of that money and investing it right back into the student in order to maintain it.
Yeah, and I also think it goes for teacher salaries, which is also one of my other questions. But before I get to that, is there an explanation from legislature? Because I'm getting it from from people asking me this question all the time. How could and you accurately pointed it out, the FEFP remained roughly the same, and yet with the FRS improvements and with teacher salaries and with the just cost of doing business higher, how could they justify staying flat?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to specifically answer that, to tell you the truth. What I was giving you was a report of how the funding worked out, and I also think that when you're looking at not only the BSA as well as the FRS and the teacher salary increases, which are mandated salary increases, and then you look at funding when it comes to security and mental health, you also need to take into account the district enrollment, because, and you all will certainly work on this during your budget workshops, but even with the per student maintaining a flat funding, it not keeping up necessarily with the other fixed cost as well as increase of cost to the district. As more students in the district certainly pick up a scholarship who were not in the district beforehand, that creates a new FTE or takes a FTE away from the district, which will also affect the overall budget and sustainability. Now, I will say that in that education funding allocation, and I didn't mention it in my report because it's an existing program, but the legislature did maintain what we consider to be the scholarship stabilization fund, where if more students do show up than are estimated for scholarships, and for example, they weren't in the district but they apply for a scholarship, so they add FTE to Sarasota's student count, the district's scholarships will not be prorated because there is a pot of money to pick up that new student who shows up with a scholarship. So that funding pot, I believe, is now down to about 190 million because they have had to dip into it the last 2 years as scholarships uptick. But to the point of your question, keeping up with costs, the legislature, I will give them props for protecting districts against a proration if more scholarship students show up.
And by the way, when I'm asking the questions, I'm not. I'm just trying to understand your assessment of what happened. That's what you tend to give us, is your quick overview. I know you have no control over the actual processes and the budget that come out. Is there an explanation for the teacher salaries? Usually there's a big, we increased by for teacher salaries, and not only are the school districts running behind, quite frankly, with the FEFPs staying level, they sent a really bad message to teachers. Is there some explanation to that?
No, I mean, the legislature did provide, additional money for teacher salary increases. It certainly wasn't at the level that they've done year over year in the past. I think that is somewhat of a symptom of frankly, the budget angst that we experienced this session between the House and the Senate and the governor, it permeated itself into all of the budget silos where, certainly folks had priorities, and I know that increasing teacher salary has been one that's been a spoken priority of the governor as well as the legislature. But in this year's budget, as they were focused on trying to curtail future spending and decrease, the amount of overall funding, the amount that was given teacher salary increases wasn't on par with what has been done in the past. Since the budget has passed, I've heard the governor repeatedly call for increased teacher salaries next session, and I do believe that's going to be an even bigger priority of his, just based on what he's doing and speaking about already. And we're only 22 days into the next fiscal year, and he's already talking about your salary increases for next session. So I do believe it will continue to be a priority. But certainly you can see the additional funding that was provided this year versus in previous years.
So my last question is, the Schools of Hope, are they for-profit, are they public charter, or are they both?
My understanding is that they are not-for-profit charter, at least in the past. I don't recall off the top of my head exactly whether there's a specific requirement that they be a not-for-profit, but at least all of the ones that I have seen, KIP and such, have all been not-for-profit entities.
Great. I just want to keep an eye on that one as well. The real reason for my asking the questions is is really more for the public, not for you, Ron. I don't think, based upon the pushback I'm getting on the student code of conduct and lots of other policies that are coming at us, I don't think the general public understands the onslaught of negativity and particularly dollars and cents that's coming at us from a legislature that says on one hand that they care about education, but their actions of putting their hands in their pockets and making sure teachers and schools and public schools in particular have what they need are night and day. And so when board members are challenged, and superintendents and administrators, to try and solve these problems, I just wanted to point out that it's not as simple as it looks, number one. And number two, I think, fortunately, I think our delegation does pretty well to take care of Sarasota Public Schools. I'm not going to argue that. But I think we had to get that message out across the state that education, particularly public education. And when you talked about the accelerated course defunding, you started it by, when the voucher program, the universal voucher program happened, and that is where the real crux of the problem happens. And we need to fix that rapidly. Thanks, Ron.
Ms. Ziegler?
I got the mic working. Thank you, Mr. LaFace. I appreciate all of the information. Mr. Parento, I will say, I know that you highlighted that you guys have already started to revamp policies, and I would be remiss if I just didn't highlight that it has really come a long way from a process standpoint, and I just applaud you and the team. And I did want to mention, and I don't know, Mr. LaFace, if you know this, when Mr. Edwards talked about the accelerated program, and I want to thank our families and our delegation and the principals and staff, because one thing Sarasota does very well is we have a lot of people who know how to advocate for causes. So I think they showed up robustly. I know when we all got the emails and reached out to our delegation, I know Representative McFarland and Senator Gruters were very, very quick to respond to it. So I really do appreciate that. And I think it did scare us when we were trying to figure out, especially because of the length and time of the delay of this legislative session, making it much harder for staff from a budgeting standpoint, but where it landed from a transparency standpoint and allowing us to go through that exercise. Not that there's, we always talk about limited time, not that there's one more thing for staff to do, but I think it shined a light on that there are huge differences when you look at the 67 counties and their fiduciary responsibility and the oversight. And so I really applaud. I'm glad that we came out that way. I will say, I don't know if this is the case, but a couple years ago, there's kind of this competition between accelerated programs and dual enrollment. Is Ron still there? Yeah, you're looking around. And I don't know, was that part of the conversation when, as it pertained to the accelerated, like dual enrollment going by the wayside? Because there's a competition when you have enrollment, when you look at high school students, what path they go to. And there is a funding component that it squeezes higher education institutions or the K-12 institutions. So has that been a part of the conversation? I just think if we're looking forward, at my vantage point, I want whatever works for that individual student and family. So I want us to be able to offer all of them. But was that a part of this discussion and maybe behind the scenes?
And then that's an excellent question. When it comes to dual enrollment versus the other accelerated mechanisms, I really didn't hear any discussion about whether we favor one over the other or whether we're promoting the wrong or incentivizing, an area that the state would rather incentivize another role. It was all kind of treated as accelerated options to students and to parents. With that said, I don't recall dual enrollment really coming up in the discussion. This really started as purely a budget exercise for the reasons that we've talked about, and then it ended with okay, well, you guys have not only beat us down with convincing us that these programs are working well, you've also shown that even with what we consider to be increased funding, that really wasn't anticipated because of House Bill 1, that at least for now you have justified that you are spending it correctly, and we're going to continue to promote that. However, keep our eye on it. Yeah. I mean, that's where I would kind of surmise that we stand there. But to your question, no, dual enrollment really wasn't a part of that discussion, either positively or negatively.
Thank you.
I think it's important to note also with dual enrollment, it's only been in the last few years that we actually generate add-on FTE for that program. There were many years in which school districts had to carry the cost for instructional materials and obviously any costs associated with running the program for instructors. And we did not receive anything in return for being successful because there's not necessarily an exam like an AP exam or an IB exam. So they changed that and added the component where if a student makes an A in the course, it would generate add-on FTE. So that has contributed. Obviously, more students are getting A's, more students are taking dual enrollment, generating more FTE. So that is also a contributing factor.
No, thank you for adding that. So thank you for saying that, because I believe there's always good faith in what's the best programmatic options for students. Financials do end up playing a role, and so when it comes push to shove, there's more enticement to, hey, do this accelerated program versus dual enrollment, which can have a huge impact on families and their financial impacts. Let me use financial impact one more time. Have a huge impact on what opportunities are ahead of them. So my preference is keeping an eye on this, as was stated, but I want to make sure from our vantage point that we can put those guardrails and ensure that we are able to offer both, and I'm glad that they were able to stabilize the financial piece. And then I just want to highlight that I had heard, when we talk about teacher salary increases, and I appreciate just the overview, at least what your take was, because it is hard. Year over year, we've had the governor and the legislature really provide some really exceptional additional funding, and it's always hard to go back, to go anytime you offer additional something more. The day that comes when you can't do that is unfortunate. So I'm eager to and pleased to hear that it remains a priority, and that and I think in a similar situation as a school district, we have to evaluate our current budget standpoint or status and make adjustments accordingly, and make sure that we are looking ahead to the future and not being short-sighted. So I just wanted to highlight that, because I don't want it to be. I certainly don't take it as people prioritizing it. I don't dismiss the challenges, but we unfortunately are all tasked with some challenging decisions when it comes to budgetary impacts, as well as the legislature. So thank you for the overview. I'll let it. I'm sure we're going to continue to talk about more, but as we look ahead to the next legislative session, particularly as we talk about the oversight, and they're seeing that there was some pullback on how we calculate our FES, is that right? FES, our scholarship families, and where they're going, and whether there's a master student information system. I know that was talked about before, and so as a board and as a district, I know we have a workshop coming up, so I anticipate that being a heavily discussed topic, and what that oversight and tracking can look like so that it works for everybody. So anyway, thank you so much.
Well, this is more of just a statement. Even today, I was on the phone for about 45 minutes with a teacher that one of their questions was, 2 of their 5 questions was just in relation to the budget and the cuts. You know, at the end of the day, I think the layman, the average parent or citizen, when they sit there, they say, okay, so we have more people moving to Florida. We have more tax dollar revenue being created in Florida. The traffic is worse. The property values are higher. So there seems to be we're paying a lot more. Cost of income is there. But then when we look at it and we take a look at the priorities, the 2 things in any community is education and public safety. So I understand that, you know, we paid off some of the debt. What was it, $803 billion we paid off of debt early? I mean, it would be really nice if we don't want to be 47th out of 50 states in education. It'd be really nice to be able to put that to where that needs to be. And I think as we move forward, the average person doesn't understand why there are cuts because our roads are twice as full, our property, all those things that I say. And then I'd like to say that, you know, hats off to Sarasota because we should always lead, never follow. And the reason I say that is here we are in the same time, we're opening up a brand new school that's technologically advanced K through 8. We're opening up a brand new high school. We have plans after that to open up another K through 8. You've got 2 more opportunities for elementary schools because we take pride. Wouldn't it be nice for the state, if they really wanted to increase education over all counties, incentivize the school districts that are doing it right, like we are, that we get more money than anybody else, because if they want part of that pie, have them step up to the plate. It's kind of like if you look at it, I'm a baseball coach, baseball announcer, there's a reason why Shohei Ohtani is making $1 billion almost, is because competitively, he's at the top of the top. That's ultimately where you put your money. And I hate to say it like that, but in Sarasota, it seems like we are always the ones that are leading to do the best we have with best faculty. But then we see stuff like this, like, okay, I know my property tax didn't go down. I know my commute this morning here was an hour, it wasn't any less. I know that, you know, we open up the state to everybody to come. This is where we want to be, no tax, all these things, and the benefits of living here. But I really would like to see, no matter what priorities we have, ultimately it comes back to is, you know, we have to do what's right for our kids because people move to Sarasota because of the education. They move to counties because of the education and then public safety. And that's really where I think I'd like to see that. So I get it. We paid off debt. I know the priorities with all of that. I'm not there. They have to make tough choices. But really, it's what makes the state go are the people that are going to graduate from here to come back to work here that are going to make our communities that much better. And I think that's where the funding is because people just scratch their head like the teacher I spoke to this morning, like, how are we having cuts, but there's so many more people here? And it's hard for me to explain to them about why when you try to always be the best at what you do. It's just the cost of business. So again, this my own commentary is because I would like to see that. And I appreciate all the job, Ron, you did, and especially, you know, McFarland, Buchanan, Joe Gruters, all those people that really went to bat for us. You know, when you do the best, it would be a shame for the cut to people that are at the tip of the spear, then to go ahead and to reward the people that are doing it. And in Sarasota, I could tell everybody here that that's what we do. So that's my commentary. Board, anything, Ms. Barker? I see you're up.
Thank you much, and we haven't had a chance to meet in person, but thank you for the work that you did this session. I really appreciate it. I just wanted to, and I absolutely agree with everything both Mr. Edwards and Mr. Enos said, and I understand Ms. Ziegler's viewpoint as well. But I wanted to clarify, and this may seem like a small thing, but when we're talking about the advanced programming being moved to a categorical, and I've heard different answers to this question, so I just want to clear it up for the public. Does that now mean that the revenue that Sarasota County generates based on the number of assessment that our students pass, does that mean that that money continues to stay in Sarasota, or does that money get spread across the state now?
So and I appreciate that question because it really is more of a budget presentation exercise than anything else. There is zero change in how the way that the dollar actually is generated and then flows back to the district and to the school that generates it. The difference is how it's presented in the budget. Instead of it being not really apparent other than language of, you know, every teacher gets a $50 bonus and every, you know, AP core success gets a 0.8 weighted FTE. Now it's actually on a one-page spreadsheet with every single district and how much they've generated per program, and then how much is ultimately awarded to each district. But that doesn't change. There's no money that's generated in Sarasota that is then showing up in another county. It all stays in Sarasota, even after the categorical establishment.
Wonderful. Thank you for clearing that up. I appreciate that. And I would just add my voice to the chorus of folks saying that for one of the wealthiest states in the country, be 50th in teacher pay is just unacceptable. So that's it.
Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. Ron, thank you very much for this update. And I could echo, and I want to have to repeat what my fellow board members, because I agree with everything that's been said. For me, having the history of being in this district, not only as an employee, now as a board member, and still facing these same issues that I faced when I was a school counselor, an administrator. We're going back over, many, many, many years, and we're still talking about the same issues. Teacher pay, one who went many, many years without a raise because of the same things we're talking about. But now the stakes are even higher because the cost of living is so high. So when our teachers can't and other staff can't make that money to be able to even live here, that's a problem. And I know legislatures, especially our delegate, they're wonderful, but I have no control of what the chatter is of other legislatures up there. But what really is bothering me is I was here in this district when we had the creation of charter schools and what the purpose was. And that purpose has changed so much. And now that we have the vouchers, and I don't expect to get paid for students that we don't have, but it's almost like, to me, oops, we want to keep adding to the charter and parental choice, and I wholeheartedly support parental choice. But with that being said, when the legislature and that they don't allocate their money correctly, then all of a sudden it's, now charters have to share, districts have to share this money, districts have to share this money, districts have to share this money, and that pulls away where the whole intent of charters were really to be self-sufficient and another avenue. So that's what bothers me, and I want to see more discussion on, because we get hit because of, in my mind, lack of sufficient planning of how that money is going to go. So I don't know what that chatter is, and I guess maybe for me, can you fill me in on what the chatter is of all this that causes all this angst? And here we are, not having the money, and we're facing, several millions of dollars of cuts, and our teachers and our staff, they're upset. I'm upset as a person that has to be now on the board and have to support all this versus one who was a product of all those cuts for many, many, many years, and it's not any better. We get me for a couple of years, and all of a sudden we add up, we build up, put these supports in place at the schools, and then all of a sudden you got to pull them back. And it just gets it's old. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? I think very insightful. And Mr. Parento, Ron, great job as always. We appreciate everything that you do up there. I know that it gets to be very challenging in dealing with so many personalities and people up there. There's nothing, like I said, more important than education and public safety, because that affects everybody. Again, thank you for your diligence up there, and hopefully next year we'll get some stuff that goes to the side of the district instead of against. So thank you. Superintendent Connor?
Thank you, Board Chair. Thank you, Mr. Parento and Ron, Capital City. And we're going to move on to our next topic, which is Strategic Plan Update, Pillar 4.1, Maintaining Sustainable Financial Practices, with our CEO, Ms. Bonnie Penner.
Good morning. I'm going to be presenting again a strategic plan update. from subsection 4.1 of Pillar 4. Pillar 4 is relates to having every school equipped, and subsection 1 is to maintain sustainable financial practices. You have it ready for me to flip? There we go. Okay, so you'll see we have 9 strategic actions within section 4.1. The very first, I will tell you, has been the heaviest lift, continues to be the heaviest lift, and provide the most challenges to our team and several teams throughout the district. And this relates to the implementation of an ERP system for the purpose of enhancing efficiencies, providing transparent information, and establishing robust internal controls. And I don't think there is anyone probably in the county of Sarasota that doesn't realize that this has been challenging, that we have seen things that have just been very difficult for us to manage through. But as I say that, the first thing I want to do is make sure that I recognize that the finance, the HR, and the IT team, they have all spent just more time than you can imagine trying to make sure that this system is working well. And that even goes to the school level, our bookkeepers, our payroll preparers, our administrators. This has not been something that has not been concerning as well as time consuming for most of the groups. I can tell you that we started this in the spring of 2024, and during October and November of 24, it really ramped up, and there are certain groups of folks that I don't believe have gone many weekends without working, many long days or missed holidays, and just really put forth a ton of effort into making sure that this system is working well. So again, despite the challenges, the hiccups that we've incurred on the way, it has not been due to lack of effort on staff's part. We still have a long way to go, and you'll see some of what we're working on. However, we do expect that with the start of the new fiscal year, we're going to have fewer issues with data that has been migrated from an old system and had to sort of been fit into new fields. And we should see that we're going to start functioning a lot better now that we're using more so the logic of the new system. So you can see we launched January 1, 2025. We have been writing checks and paying people, issuing ACHs and checks through the system, managing a lot of transactions, and building internal controls as we see that we are able. We are up to date on our bank reconciliations and a lot of those processes that we manage in the finance department that really help with accountability within our bookkeeping. But we do want to mention, we know that there are some strengths. I know a lot of times folks don't want to admit it because it has just, again, been so very challenging. But there are strengths to the new system. We have a more expanded account structure that allows us to better categorize. We now process our purchasing card transactions through the system, whereas it used to be a secondary system that we would then import. That created a pretty big hole in our budgetaries because we weren't having that budget check for our purchasing card transactions. I'll mention on the next slide, we do have 2 additional systems that are going to be incorporated into Skyward that again used to be separate or manual systems that are going to be strengths once we get those up and running. We have a mobile app at our disposal, which is going to be very helpful for doing approvals when you're off site, as well as allow employees to not have to be tethered to a computer screen. They'll be able to see a lot of their information. We also have dashboards that are available that are going to help kind of with an at-a-glance review of certain information and tasks within the system. Again, we all recognize that there have been a lot of weakness, and I can say that in my view, the primary issue that we've dealt with relates to just a lack of project plan, testing, and training of all users in the implementation plan that was provided by our ERP company. We since then have taken a step back and really worked with with our software provider, such that as we roll out additional pieces of this, we're making sure that those things are not missing from our project plan. There are certain custom-built functionalities in the old system that we have not found a way yet to replicate. The migrations as well, oftentimes we found that fitting them into the Skyward, their fields, their logic, was just a little different than we anticipated, and it's hard sometimes to picture, this is what this field does as opposed to what it did in the old system. We had some issues as well with timesheets, just again talking about some of the fields in the old system versus the new system. In our previous system, timesheets truly tracked hours worked and kept up with your leave as well if you took time off, and just a huge shift in culture and in thinking. The timesheets in Skyward actually relate to how much you're going to be paid. So it maybe sounds a little elementary, but it was a huge shift for our payroll preparers and the payroll team. So again, as we're moving forward, we are working now, starting in August, we're going to be working, having lots of sessions with Skyward and certain groups of certain departments to implement time tracking, which will be where our employees that do clock in and clock out can do that through the system. So they will still continue using a proxy card, but it will be the same system now that's paying them. Whereas right now, those folks that are clocking in and clocking out are using a separate system, and then we have to manually put that information into Skyward to create payroll for those folks. One of the things with the old time tracking system that was never able to be built out was to allow those employees, again, that are clocking in and clocking out to enter in leave time. So the system never was able to incorporate that. So that is separate and makes for some very challenging payrolls. However, now that we're able to pull that into the same system, I think some of those folks are going to be very excited, especially the payroll preparers, that they're not keying in hundreds and hundreds of blue sheets. That's our leave form for those of you that have not done that yet. But that is how we've been doing leave, which is pretty astonishing because we are so advanced here in Sarasota, and I haven't been in a district in many, many years that actually keys in leave by hand like that and passes paper. So really excited to, again, work through time tracking where folks will be clocking in and clocking out using the system. And then the bottom one as well, doing the online leave entry. That is something that we will be rolling out so that folks, again, you can use the app on your phone if you would like, or you can go to a kiosk or your computer and enter in your leave request. The other that we're working on is asset tracking. So all of the assets that we have to inventory each year, so the items, computers, and certain high-cost equipment that we track, that is getting migrated over to Skyward, and we'll be managing that and calculating depreciation, doing things such as that through the same system, again, that the rest of our financial transactions occur in. So moving on to action number 2, this is to establish a long-term budgeting process and align resources deliberately and transparently. That is in progress. We've always done the 5-year, or actually more than that, a little bit more than that, capital projects plan. Debt service follows in that it is a multi-year budget, or we manage it multi-year so that we know what is going to be in the future that we're looking to borrow. And so those two have already been built for multi-year budgets. We did work somewhat with the general fund this year, although as we just discussed in the previous presentation, making assumptions in the general fund as far as what's going to be happening with revenues is a very difficult thing. So we sort of at this time built out that things would remain constant, and what does that look like a couple years out. But eventually there needs to be some discussion over what kind of assumptions as far as whether revenues are going to increase or decrease, and which expenses are going to increase or decrease. What does that look like? Those assumptions are going to need to be made, and then we'll have to monitor whether we were right or not. Strategic action number 3 relates to training our staff, primarily on the financial operations and the tasks that have to be done within our system, of course, with the implementation of the new ERP. That was the push in training that we've had this year. So we have concentrated more so on training our bookkeepers and payroll preparers. We generally have 2 primary bookkeeper trainings every year. In fact, one of them will be tomorrow at Pineview, where we bring in the bookkeepers, and in the spring we train them on closing out the books and what to look forward to in regards to the auditors that come every year. And then we also train them right before we go back to school, so that they can see anything that's news that happened, or we can talk to them about any areas that we see where we could possibly improve. We have a bookkeeper task force that's been a little bit put on the back burner as we're implementing Skyward. However, this is a smaller subgroup of our bookkeepers that tend to have really good recommendations and really see how things maybe could be improved and help us better train and create processes. As well, payroll preparers, that was a very large group that was trained. Again, many, mostly online trainings that we had to get us up and running with this new system. We also created several guides for payroll preparers and our bookkeepers that are step-by-step instruction manuals, and we have lots and lots of information that goes out frequently via email that deal with specific situations or needs or concerns that are happening that come up almost daily. Next, strategic action number 4 relates to developing a framework for evaluating new grants and programs based on return on investment. So this is something that our strategic I forget what the name of the exact name of the department is, but they are working hard on this. They're ready. They've got a tool that's been identified. They're just waiting until we have a complete set of information in regards to our financial information, and we need to also pull in our academic information so they can marry those two and come up with a return on investments. One thing I will say, as we just talked about our acceleration programs and the new legislation that relates to that, in order to be proactive, we have created a document, a spreadsheet basically, where our schools that receive those add-on FTE or the additional funding for those acceleration programs are going to be reporting back, and they're going to be building a budget that says these are the actions that we want to use these funds to support, and we're asking that if it's a new initiative, that they tell us how they're going to measure it, how they will determine ROI, and if it is something that they're going to continue, how has that created some return on investment. So again, trying to be proactive as it relates to new legislation and a program or programs that have received the spotlight. We want to make sure that we cover those and have that information. It was a great place to start with some building blocks on that. Strategic action number 5 has a couple of different parts. The one that we focused primarily on was ensuring a district-wide shift to cashless operations to minimize errors and processing time. We definitely, foresee opportunities where we can, whether it's keeping cash out of classrooms, that I've always felt strongly that that's not something that teachers should be tasked with. Mm-hmm. They've got enough on their plate. So if we can move it such that it is an online collection tool that they can get reporting on, that's where we want to go. So we started when we started collecting dollars for our pre-kindergarten program. We've set that up so that happens online. And we also, a lot of the schools have already been using that. We just have not yet really pushed them to see how far we can go with that. We also, in the district office, we now, instead of we used to, as we got checks and all, we would run it to the bank. Now we have our own deposit machine, so we're excited about that. So again, trying to keep, it's a great internal control process, but also just to put some time back in the hands of folks who need that time. Action number 6 is launching financial dashboards to support district operations and aiming to support a strategic focus. This is what you're seeing. There are some of those charts that are available through Skyward. We will be rolling these out soon. We didn't last year because it took us a little while to get some of the full year's data into the system, but now that we have built our budget in the system and we will be processing an entire year through the system, we will be able to roll out these dashboards where, again, as an administrator or bookkeeper opens the front page of the system, they will be able to see at a glance where they are. And this kind of is small, but these particular graphs you can determine, or these tables you can determine what you want to look at, but there is an orange line that is your budget, and then the blue bar is the amount of activity, the amount that has been spent within that budget. So this was taken towards the end of last year, so you can see most of the budget was very close to being used, but it just gives a real nice picture of what where you are in regards to that. So that's in progress. That one should be completed relatively soon. Although I think it's going to be an ongoing effort in that we're always going to want to be providing the best information and giving people the tools that they need to monitor. So strategic action number 7 relates to holding regular citizen oversight committee meetings to report on tax referendum expenditures. So this is the Financial Advisory Committee, and we do meet quarterly. Each quarter we meet on the second Wednesday in the morning. We've had some changeover in the committee, which has provided some fresh insight. So we've developed an annual plan for what those meetings look like, which includes something I think was really interesting that's called a mission moment, where we would look at one specific thing that is being funded by primarily the operating referendum and bring in some folks to talk about it and what the success is of that program. So that's been really interesting, and I think it brings some different view of the referendum versus just me looking at dollars. I think they like seeing the programs a lot more so than that. So that's been a success and is complete, but again, it will continue to be ongoing. Strategic action number 8 relates to maintaining a strong financial position by continuing to exceed the financial condition ratio of 7.5% and maintaining Moody's bond rating of AA1/AA2. And yes, you can see I've just got a picture there of the financial condition, general fund financial condition ratio, the chart. That chart has been updated in the book, the tentative budget book that was published today. That is on the agenda for this afternoon, or attached to the agenda item this afternoon. So we are forecasted, so again, not updated in this chart because it was hot off the presses, to end 24-25 with a fund balance of 12.72%. Again, that's forecast. Won't be until September that we actually have that final financial condition ratio. And then in 25-26, we are targeted to have a 9% fund balance. As well, our Moody's bond rating, we just recently had an update to our rating. They've asked for additional information. We provide them information almost monthly to maintain that. And we did maintain our bond rating, which again, it is there are a few other school districts within the state that have this high of a bond rating, but it is the highest that you see for a school district in the state of Florida. So that's a kudos, definitely. And finally, strategic action number 9, schedule regular internal audits and invite external evaluations to assess resource alignment with educational goals and ensure high levels of internal controls. So we definitely get audited. We, this last year, received the operational audit of the Auditor General's office, which they do every 3 years, and it is a very heavy audit. They look at a lot of very different items versus what a regular financial operations audit would be. This is looking into systems and processes and legal compliance and very in-depth with internal controls. So that was a heavy lift this last year, and as you know, the last couple of years we have had audits of construction, purchasing and procurement compliance, transportation received an audit. We looked at service contracts, and then human resources in regards to recruiting and onboarding. We are currently receiving a risk assessment, which we are required to do every 5 years, and that is where an audit firm comes in and looks at all of our different policies and procedures, where we have them, where we maybe do not, and determines where we should be auditing internally for the next 5 years. So that is underway, and you should be hearing more about that soon. So those are our 9 sections in relation to section 4.1, and happy to answer any questions.
So thank you, Board. Yes, we'll turn it over to questions, but I just wanted to make one recognition before we do so, because the Skyward transition and conversion has been very challenging for all of us, our payroll preparers, our bookkeepers, everyone who has to interact with that system. Very different than ESD, which has been the legacy system. And so the teams have someday wanted to pull their hair out. There are days where there's been tears, but they have maintained that momentum, and they're working through that every day. And so I would want to recognize everyone who has been interacting in that system, but there's one individual who is very, very important to us, who has ensured that every pay period, working round the clock, whether it be through Christmas holidays, New Year's, after hours, Saturdays, when we're off on Fridays, she's here on Fridays, which there are other team members too who are doing this as well. But this person, I just felt a need to really recognize in the dedication that she's done. We couldn't do it without you. We all got paid on time because of her. Every pay period, we haven't missed a payroll because of this person. I hope she didn't stroke out on us, but she has done some amazing work. And Anita Barnes, if you stand up, I want to recognize you with the superintendent coin.
Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. I'll be brief, but Ms. Barnes, you and I have known each other a long, long time, back from Lakeview and all of that, and you have always had such a positive attitude no matter what is going on, and a lot goes on. So thank you. But I just want to acknowledge how far this district has come from the old days at a school when the bookkeeper, as you know, would have everything all spread out. Still gets all spread out, but doing it all by hand, and then knowing when the old system came on board, and that was hard to navigate, and now we have the new system, but I'm very confident that we will get there, everybody will get there, and what I think to have that snapshot of where every department is, where the schools are, because when student services and exceptional student education, we would have to meet, and Roxanne Jones was our main bookkeeper, and she'd have all those sheets of paper. Okay, Robin, you can't spend any more here, you can't spend any more here, but you got a lot here. This is so much more efficient, and I thank everybody at the school levels, at the district level for working through this, but it's going to help everybody in the long run. And just one little extra note, when we are talking about the grants, even though we're facing budgetary deficits, in the past, that department has been basically cut, and there was nobody at the district level being able to find those grants. So Sarasota County, our teachers and departments lost out on millions and millions of dollars. So I think it's always important to have somebody at the district level that's monitoring and finding those grants, and because, departments and schools can't do that. They can't try to find them and then write them. So I think that is such a critical position in our district, because that's worth a lot of money. So thank you everybody for the hard work and nice presentation, Ms. Penner. That's probably your last.
Ms. Barker?
Thanks. Thank you so much, Ms. Penner. I have sort of a question from a parent's viewpoint. I just paid district supplies online, and I was like, wow, look at us moving into the 21st century. Thrilled. But I was wondering, there is a processing fee for credit cards, and I was wondering if there was any discussion around other methods of cashless payment, Apple Pay, Venmo, and even like an ACH transfer, because I know also when I my kids' lunch money accounts, I get hit with a processing fee for each of them as well. And so I was just wondering if there's any option there.
So there is definitely possibility in regards to using, so if you've ever made a payment and they ask for your routing bank account number for your checking account, which quite honestly, personally, I have issue with, because you don't quite have the same protections as you do under the Visa network or MasterCard or some of those others. The problem is the Visa system charges a fee. So most of what you're seeing is a pass through of that fee. The reason you don't see it when you go to Walmart or when you go to any other store is that's incorporated into their cost. So when you go and buy something at the grocery store, they have included that in their markup. So, with us, especially for food service, because of the requirements surrounding how much you charge for lunches, that has to be shown as an add-on fee versus incorporated into the fee structure. So what you don't realize is you're always paying for it. It does get shown separately, and there is a part of that fee that pays for the software that then manages that. So there's a possibility of pulling that out and then just paying for the software, the online support, that piece separately. But we would just have to work on those companies. Most of those companies, again, what they're doing is they're really passing through that Visa network or those network charges that you just can't get out of.
And I understand that. I'm just wondering, there's a box on the My School Bucks that says you should be able to do an ACH payment. You should be able to connect your bank accounts, but it doesn't work. So I was just wondering, are there can we talk about ways that if someone wanted to make a payment more directly as opposed to going through a credit card processor, could we investigate that?
I will look into that with My School Bucks and why the ACH doesn't work. But definitely, if we could move towards, a lot of people don't even carry checks anymore. Right. But, if we could move to making that an option that perhaps doesn't have the same level of fees, because again, it's not being processed through that credit card network. We could see about that.
And then I just wanted to say thank you so much for everything you've done for the district, Mrs. Penner. You have been a joy to work with, and I appreciate you, and I'm thrilled to welcome Gabby to the team. So thanks for coming on board, especially during this difficult time.
Ms. Ziegler?
Thank you for that. I just wanted to say, anytime there's a massive overhaul, like an ERP or a CRM or SIS, all the acronyms, it's painful. It's incredibly painful. But I'm so impressed to see us move forward. I think we've delayed it for a lot of time because we knew how painful it was, or you'd read an article about a neighboring school district that just had an absolute debacle when trying to put it on. So we all know it's painful, but I think that, and there's certainly never going to be super smooth, but you guys have done an extraordinary job, and I really do appreciate it. I think, Mrs. Barnes, I'm glad you did highlight that, because the livelihood of our staff is so critically important, and that wasn't lost at all. But I think Mrs. Barker, when we were doing an audio check yesterday, and she was coming, I was leaving, she was coming in, and I was just talking about how I've seen the district just improve and grow up. We've grown up in a more sophisticated way. This is just one more aspect, but I think we all benefit from it. So but I know a lot of work behind the scenes, so thank you very much for that. I'm glad Mrs. Barker bringing up the just not for today, maybe looking ahead, the credit card processing fees, particularly for the lunch. I know that came up last year. I, for some reason, thought we were able to renegotiate it down. If that's not the case, this will be just a future conversation. But I don't know what options we have. I know from a risk management standpoint, taking in credit routing numbers in bank accounts exposes us, unless there's proper cyber elements. I see Joe there, so making sure we have all of that buttoned up. But because I would like to reduce the amount of fees, but I'm not sure because of the scale and the volume if we have options. I don't know how many vendors we have, but any way we can reduce the costs, certainly to our families, I would love to see that. So since you brought it up, I wanted to echo that. And Mrs. Hunter, best of luck. Thank you for everything. I mean, the finance department is a small and incredibly mighty team, and has a really, 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 really tough job. You guys really come in with incredible grace every time, and I appreciate all of the work. So best of luck to you. Thank you for everything.
Mr. Edwards?
Thank you. Did my name show up?
No, sir.
I don't think mine's working.
He's on it.
That's okay. I'm going to go to start with Anita Barnes. She left. Well, she's amazing, but that's very impressive. I'm on strategic action number 8. Big surprise. You came 12%. It's not listed there.
Correct, because we just published it.
I just needed to make a note of that because
Yes.
it cheered me right up. So it was 12 what?
So we had budgeted to end with a 9.52% fund balance, and as it stands now we're still closing out the books, so there's still a lot to be done, but it's forecast to be 12.72.
Thank you. All right, that is, let's take a moment and thank you. Thank you. Here's my question. That is a huge, and so everyone, from my perspective also, when I got here, I was used to the 16, 17%. So when we start getting into 9% or lower, I start to panic. I'm sure you can relate. I would imagine the superintendent feels the same way, but so what is that huge decline about? Can you elaborate?
So generally budgeting is done conservatively. So, if we allocate, for instance, $50, I'm just pulling a number off the top of my head, $50 per student for supplies for a school to use, we give them that full amount of money. But it's our job in the budget department to make sure they don't spend more than that. So there's usually spending less than that. Same thing for utilities. We're going to budget around $10 million for the electricity costs of the district. We're going to budget an amount that we know we're not going to exceed and hope that we see less than that. So there's usually bits and pieces of budget that that come into the system that we know we're going to keep. There's usually some revenue sources. Again, we usually budget for our interest earnings to be something reasonable, yet the last couple of years we've seen a little bit more in collections or earnings on interest. So things like that happen. So when we build a budget, you're always going to see a budget initially with a lower fund balance being projected than we're going to end out. So as all of these things, as you get longer, closer and closer to the fiscal year end, these things become firm and you know what they are. And again, you should always hope to see that your fund balance percentage comes in higher in actual realization as you close out the year.
All right, so if I look at and I'm looking back and I'm just trying to figure this out because I think it's important, once again, for the public to be very clear about the challenges, the financial challenges, because somebody asked me last year, what's going to be the biggest challenge? Because we've been through a bunch of stuff the last 4 years, culture wars, God only knows what else. But they said, asked me what's going to be the number one challenge going into next year. And I said, it's going to be budget. I know that, I think it was 21 to 22, we had a 19% hit to the healthcare, to our benefit plan. I'm still looking at this decline from 15 to 12.72. I know that it's forecast, except there are actuals behind the 12.72. Is there any one thing that you would attribute it to, or is it just a perfect storm?
I think in a lot of ways, this sounds very dramatic, but what's happening, I think, in Florida education is, it sounds dramatic, but kind of death by 1,000 cuts. I think there are all kinds of small things that are happening that are causing the budget to be a problem. Of course, healthcare going up, eventually that's got to stop. You don't ever see it go down. You don't ever see us being able to implement something or just have a banner year and even stay flat. Florida retirement system, many years ago, we were up into the double digits, almost 20%. I want to say that was back in the early 2000s. And the goal had been then to reduce it, and we got down to less than 10%, again, single digits, and now we're back up into double digits. The push, again, which we all want teacher salaries to increase, but the teacher salary increase allocation was just done in such a way that it bound us, because I don't think that for the maintenance section of it, to keep up with the drive to move the beginning teacher salary so significantly, the portion that then they give you to maintain it doesn't necessarily keep in mind that you're adding increases to an already increased amount, and then you have things like the FRS that gets applied to that. So whereas it used to be a 10% FRS that they had to maintain, now it was 13 or so percent FRS that has to be maintained. So I think that caused difficulties, but just overall, we don't see the increases coming from the state to, FPL asking for, I think it's an 18 or a 19% increase, but they've been increasing pretty significantly every year. The increased cost of textbooks and other materials and supplies, we're just not keeping up. There's too much that's just not keeping up with the core costs of the school district.
So I will tell you that's why I asked the question, because I feel that your assessment is correct. I mean, that's how it's felt to me since I've been here. It's death by 1,000 cuts from the I used to call it in the business days, my for-profit days, of cost of goods sold. So all of our overhead
is going up. Healthcare, electric, gasoline, I mean, salaries, it just keeps going, and the funding just doesn't match it. And to what Mrs. Marinelli had mentioned before about sharing and sharing and sharing, it doesn't seem to end. And the other part that I'm fearful of, and again, this isn't for anybody other than the public, is I know this board makes decisions to spend a little extra when we know we don't have it really in the budget when it comes to security. I know we always do that every single time. Go ahead, let's go the extra million. We always do it. We do that with mental health, always. If we can increase a ratio, and we always do it. You can see we're running out of time and we're running out of margin to be able to do it, and the hard decisions for the public are coming. Unless we do a better job of explaining to the legislature, uncle, we're screaming uncle here. We can't keep doing this. I so hope the press and the public are listening to this conversation, because I have never seen the board this unified on how bad the funding was, and it's so I thank you. I thank you for all your hard work. It was a pleasure working with you, and I wish you nothing but the best in your next, because you deserve it.
Thank you very much.
Well, I know that if I ever need money, I just go to you. And it's kind of like having checkbooks, right? As long as I have checks at the house, I must have money. In all seriousness, you've done a great job, Ms. Penner. I've really enjoyed working with you, and I know that you're heading back to your home, and I know that that's very important to you to be close for family, because without family, what else do you have? So I truly, truly appreciate that, and again, very well prepared. I know that it's been very trying on a lot of things, but I could tell you prior to putting in, as the chief, when I would watch my admin assistant work for about almost 3 days just entering timesheets for 60 people. And I was at the sheriff's office, and all I did is push send, and my week went. So I know that there's a lot of struggles with that, and that's just part of getting back. And I know with Mr. Binswanger and everything, that all our systems need to be updated. And I know this board made that a priority, and we approve for those things, because we really need to get to that level, because that's what we expect, for our students and our staff too. So thanks again for everything you do. I know that it was trying, and if I need some money in the job, I'll just call you. So thank you for all your help. Mr. Connor?
Yeah, I'll just say thank you, Ms. Penner, for all that you've done. You've really helped me as I transitioned here and just getting the lay of the land. And, a lot of what's been brought up in concerns around the financial situation that all Florida school districts are facing right now, you've all addressed it. You talk about the flattened enrollment. We talk about the impact of the FES scholarships, the change in the program weights that have occurred that has reduced our overall weighted FTE by hundreds. The fact that we've not seen as much of a rise in property values, where we have had some stellar increases over the last 5-6 years. The fact that we're opening a school this year, there are operational costs that are incurred from there. And at the time that school was planned, and remember, I think for the public, everyone needs to understand, we do not use general fund dollars to build schools. We use capital funded dollars. Those are two operating buckets that have very strict rules, and you can only build and maintain facilities with your capital funding. So I know there's been questions around with the finances. Why are we building new schools? Well, those dollars are set aside for that. And at the time that those schools, Welland Park and Sky Ranch, were actually planned, it was a different landscape in Florida. We did not have universal scholarships. We had people moving to Florida in droves. We had a lot of dynamics in Sarasota that contributed to the growth in the building that was occurring at the time that the board made, I believe, a sound decision to build those schools in anticipation of what was to come. Then things changed very, very drastically. And what we're seeing as a result of the FES scholarships is a flatlining of enrollment, that has an impact on your operational costs. For every student that you're not getting that $10,000 for, well, you say, well, it follows the child. Well, it does, but that $10,000 funds part of the operational cost to run a building. So as you start to see that drain, it has an impact everywhere from the classroom and outside. In terms of the fact we came off a very, very bunker situation in terms of our financial condition ratio, the last 4 years, we've had an influx of federal funding. You had COVID, you had ESSER dollars, ARP dollars sitting in our coffers that inflated your financial condition. So you living in a 16, 17% was really not the reality, because those dollars were going to come to an end at some point. So now you're living with the after effects of everything that you funded and the initiatives and the staff that you had with those funds have come to a close, and decisions have to be made from that point forward. The fact that, again, we've all said it, energy costs, utilities, medical, supplies, transportation, fuel, all of those things have had significant impacts on that. But the fact remains, we understand that our bread and butter is in our human capital. And we have committed to compensating the best that we can. We went into last year a 2-year negotiation, and we gave a 5% raise last year, and we are committed to doing that again this year. So that also comes at a cost, though. And I believe it's a cost that we should incur. And this board feels the same way. And we want to make sure that every decision that we make as a result of all of these factors that we are facing in our budget, that we do to preserve the sanctity of the classroom as much and as often as possible. I can't promise you that it's not going to. You know, as we get to the 5-day count and we start to look at what the enrollment is in our traditional public schools, what's in charter, what has opted for homeschool or FES scholarship, we're going to have to then take a look at it again. But the goal has always been and always will be to make sure that our students have what they need to be successful. So when we went through this year in June, when we were faced with decisions around, okay, should we wait or should we act now, we decided it was better to act now. And so we instituted what we called a summer staffing process. And I want to just give a thanks and acknowledgement to our union partners who actually, when we reached out, said this is good for our employees, we're on board with this, and we partnered together to make sure that we made some decisions that we thought would put our employees at the best, at the most advantageous spot to secure a position. I'm happy to say that every impacted position or a person in those positions have been offered a suitable role within the district that they can take, or maybe opt to, maybe they would find better opportunities outside. But I think overall, no one lost a job through the process. That was in June, and we're going through it again. And the only reason that we're doing it through the summer, because there may be questions, well, why now? Why are you doing this? We believe this positions our employees in the best fashion. We could wait till the fall, as we typically would do at the 5-day count, which we're going to have to do anyway. But why not do that if you know that you have positions available? This is why we're under a district hiring freeze. We know we have vacancies within our school districts. We know we also have positions that need to be reduced. Those people have certifications that can fulfill those vacancies. And so we did the summer staffing process very seamlessly overall, being that it is the summertime and that is a difficult time. And that's what we did. So we focused on things like all positions that are not rostered to students. That was the first look at it. We didn't want to go to the classroom teacher level. So we looked at things that, and when I say this, every position at some point when it was added to our budget and to our position control was added with a purpose. There was a purpose why we put it there. We believed, we valued, and thought it was an important position at that time. But then when you're faced with these financial constraints and you have to make decisions, you have to pull back and say, okay, while they are important, which one's going to have the least impact on our overall mission? And so that's where we started, and we looked at positions that were non-rostered. And so that's things like our school-wide behavior coaches. Those were only added when we had the ESSER funding. And so they haven't been in our schools for long periods of time. We had things like assistants to the bookkeepers and assistants to the registrars. And we looked at that because that was an additional, not that they were not important, but we had to look at somewhere where we felt we could pull back. Our technology support. Historically, we have been it's been a great thing in Sarasota to have someone dedicated at the school site. I can tell you across the state that is not the norm, where every school has a technology support staff there. So we went to a regional-based model, and we're excited of the potential that will have, but it's a new way of work, and that sometimes is very challenging. We increased ratios significantly over the last few years. Before I got here, there was revisions to the guidance counselor formula. We also made increases when I got here after the ESE review to increase the ESE ratios from either the resource classroom, the specialized programs, or the ESOL liaison or ESE liaisons. So we did some things that we thought at the time when funding was there was good for our schools and helped with compliance, it helped with effective instruction, and then that changed as a result of the financial situation that we're facing. But to say, even when we looked at making those adjustments to those formulas over the summer, we still ended up better than we were before we had implemented those reduced changes. So what I mean by that is in ESE, we were staffing caseloads of 1 to 37. We moved down to 1 to 18 on average. And then we swung it back over the summer to 1 to about 25. That's just an example of we're still in a better position now than we were even 2 years ago. So to say we have cut back our resources to a dramatic, significant, have a negative impact on our students, well, it's actually in a better position than it was prior to 2023. So those were things we looked at. The fact that when we had the change in the law, the school safety law, HB 1473, that incurred additional safety costs, right? We put over $1 million just last year in a second shift, additional security aides, additional administration sergeants to help oversee that, security techs, all of the infrastructure that we put back. Fortunately, to our advantage, and not to denigrate any of our safety measures, we still have very safe schools, but they did some changes to that law that allow us to reevaluate some of those investments to say, do we really need to continue with that $2 million investment now that we don't, because it was more compliance than it was, I believe, safety things. And so we made some revisions on that side of things. We looked at things where, on the operational side with custodial units, where we have over the years, if you look at the trend, we have been adding in certain areas like custodial, even though our schools haven't changed. And so we had to make the decisions to pull back. If we were able to do it 2 or 3 years ago with this level of staff, why can't we do it today, right? And so we made a couple of decisions around whether we keep a sub pool for custodial, and could we pull back there. So again, all of this to say that the main goal is to try to preserve the sanctity of the classrooms. And when we're going through financial situations at the district level too, because there's been a lot of conversation, well, what have you cut at the landings? We went through very meticulously and looked at position by position to ensure, not positions that were slated to be there and then we cut them. These were actual people or vacancies that existed for many years, whether they be managers, coordinators, supervisors, directors. We did everything to say, what at this point can we contribute, because we know that the equitable fairness for all schools, if it's going to affect the schools, it should affect everyone at every department. We looked at that and made cuts at a higher proportion than we did at the school level. And so that's all a very important piece of the puzzle, because we do understand that schools are where it's happened. It doesn't happen here at the landings. It doesn't happen in our district offices, even though there's important things happening, and there's things that have to happen, and that's why you have to have a district administration. But where could we make adjustments to put our fair share or even more in that piece? And so those are things that are all occurring. And then we did another one just recently where we said, okay, let's go back to the table, because this is going to continue to be the future for school districts. I believe, to Mr. Edwards' point, that the budget will continue to be a challenge for us. With the Florida Empowerment Scholarships, I think we have backed ourselves into a corner where 3%, 4%, 5% increases in the FEP may not happen. It may not happen for a while. So we may start to see a 1% increase for the next few years, or a 2% increase. And if costs continue to outpace, we'll have to continue to make adjustments. And it does concern you, right? I'm very fortunate that we're able to have a 12.7 projected fund balance at the end of this year, but we're already starting in the hole going next year. That's why we're starting at a 9%, and we'll work our way to make sure we keep that, maintain that, or end at a higher level. That's what we do. But it all comes at making decisions, and that's been a very difficult process for this entire team. We have worked tirelessly over the summer, day in, day out, to make the right decisions that have the least impact on our schools, and it has not come with ease. It's been a very difficult situation, but we still believe by doing it this way, it positions our employees and staff better than had we had waited until the fall. And I'm going to tell you, there's going to be a lot of school districts in the state of Florida that are going to get to the fall, and they're going to see the student enrollment, and they're going to be at that 5th or 10-day count, and they're going to go through their fall adjustment period, and they're going to be making significant adjustments, and it's going to disrupt the start of the school, where we're trying to minimize that impact now. So I'm very happy about the fact that we've started early, even though it's not traditional. It's not the way that you normally would do that. I think it's the best course of action for us. So I know I just spoke a lot. There's been a lot going on this summer. We've addressed it. I feel good about where we are as a district. There are many districts right now that are flirting under 3% fund balance, which is below the state requirement. We are 3 or 4 times or higher than that, than those school districts that are facing issues. But it still comes with a challenge. That is our standard here. We're going to do it the best. We're going to be there. But with the federal freeze and not knowing where Title II, 3, and 4 are going to go, the small incremental increases in state funding, the challenges exist, and the challenges will continue to exist. And we'll work through it. We'll do it together. Thank you.
Superintendent Connor, I just want to say, as behalf of this board member, thank you for saying all that, because those are the phone calls that I've been entertaining every single day for weeks, because they're like, the message is student service is going to be cut. Kids aren't going to receive what they normally receive. What are we doing? What is happening? Where are we going? Again, with the funding, I really, truly appreciate you saying those things to make sure that everybody in this county understands that I know as this board, as we're committed, especially about the number one thing, which is our teachers, that we're going to do everything that we possibly can in order to make sure that they educate our students in our community to the highest level possible. And I really thank you for saying those things, because that is really such an important message. So thank you. Ms. Ziegler?
Thank you. I appreciate you mentioning those, because there is a lot out there, and it is, again, when we talk about anyone's livelihood or the concerns of unpredictability, that is what it makes everyone uneasy. And I just, for the public, Mr. Connor has certainly been working with all of us to keep us apprised of what they're going through and what they're evaluating. And a lot of people at the administrative level are taking are sacrificing in a unique way as well. And I think that there's a lot of hands on deck, and that's not to be dismissed. And I really, truly appreciate that. I also know that one of the comments when we were talking about some of the academic support services that have been something we added recently, and we targeted certain areas. I know ESE and reading being one of those priority areas for myself at the board as well. But we right size, and that's such a consulting word when you think of it, but it is true. I mean, we're right sizing if we have just a difference of whether it be funding, but also enrollment, and just trying to ensure that we don't disrupt the level of service and the outcomes. And so that was a conversation I had with Mr. Connor of like what that evaluation process looks like from the academic side of it, because we are adjusting. Even though we're higher up, I'll use ESE as an example, from the ratio, we're still above where we were a couple years ago. What processes in place what classes are already in place to evaluate that on an ongoing level? I know you had an answer to that, so I don't want to, if you want to respond to that, because I think that's really important, that we're not just hoping it works, it's going to be ongoing, because that's our responsibility. So.
Yeah, I mean, we get daily communications with our school leadership about what's working and not, and especially with, we took a very conservative approach to caseloads with specialized programs, right? And we maintain, while we may not have school-wide behavior coaches, our programs have ESC behavior intervention coaches, which we maintained in our budget because we know that's a priority, depending on the programs at that school. So we're in constant communication to know if they're there. We have a hold aside in our IDEA budget to then allocate additional resources. If, let's say, a student's in mid-year with very significant needs, okay, how do we fund an additional aid? How do we fund an additional support at this school? Or we're seeing an influx of behaviors at this school. What can we do? So we have that built in as contingency to respond to the needs of our schools based on the communication and what we're seeing out there.
Thank you.
Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. Just, and I appreciate everything you said, Superintendent Connor. And I think to put some things into perspective, this district over time has had significant cuts before, to where all of the arts basically were cut. There at the elementary level, all guidance counselors were cut. I mean, so to hear you say at least, those, maybe the ratio isn't what it was that, 3 years ago, but you're still looking at the needs of that school, and nothing has really been cut that has a real impact on students and their achievement. I think you're going to have to monitor, which I know you are, but behavior, because that's a number one thing we hear all the time, in that a teacher can't do it, a counselor can't always, or an ESC liaison be there to remove a child. So I like that you're looking at those strategically, looking at the ESC programs and keeping the supports there where they need them. And I just think all have to work together. And when, our own district people start pointing the finger and saying this and that doesn't help all of us. And because we have to let parents know that their children, our valuable resource, that they're being taken care of. So I think we have to, it's painful, it causes a lot of anger, angst, and I think we just have to work through it. And I'm not saying that to placate anybody, because I've lived it many, many times. I made reference at the last workshop. My position was eliminated when I was an inclusion teacher. So I know what that feels like, and was lucky enough to go back to a counselor position. So I think we just have to work together and to just have parents feel comfortable that their children are going to be taken care of and they're going to be educated. And we as a board are going to do everything possible to support the mission, and that's academic and the emotional, social being of our greatest resource, our children. Thank you.
Ms. Parker?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask Mr. Connor if you could talk a little bit about how we're setting up our budget for this coming year without knowing exactly what our starting balance is. Is that still the case, in that we have not received our fourth calculation from the Florida Department of Education, and what that uncertainty means for us moving forward into the following school year?
Yeah, and that's another dynamic that we're facing. As we build our budget, we usually have the fourth calculation in April or May, and we would know what that funding impact would be, whether there would be some adjustments to the positive or to the negative. I can tell you the state has still not released the fourth calculation and has already released the second calculation this year. So it's been pretty interesting, to say the least. But Ms. Pinner, if you don't mind just sharing, I mean, honestly, I'm not optimistic that we're going to see an increase in funding,
Right.
because they're holding back and they're making adjustments now, and they have a problem on their hands. We've talked about the fact that we've been educating students in our schools, roughly 250 here in Sarasota, who opted and were funded for an FES scholarship. And so And how do you rectify that? We're really owed $2.5 million for that. We still haven't received that funding and don't know in the fourth count whether we would get that or how the state's going to handle that. So anything you want to add to that?
Sure. Just to, for those that are listening, we get several calculations of our funding from the state throughout the year. We're operating off of the third calculation, which incorporates our count of students that happened in October. The fourth calculation, and based on that, then you're estimating what you're going to count again in February and any adjustment that needs to be made from here. So you're based on a real count plus a forecast of your second count. The fourth calculation would come in, and then we would have actual counts of students. So we are being funded based on the students that we submitted as having been educated in our schools. So with that, you talk sometimes about proration, or you hear about proration. And basically that says the state has set aside X number of dollars, period, the end. This is all they're going to get for education. So if there had been a mass influx statewide of new students, they would really just reduce what we get in order to fund those students. They would reduce the per student amount so that the total bottom line of what the state is providing doesn't change. So that's a big unknown at this point. We feel that we've submitted about in line with what our estimate was, but if you have, especially a couple of the large districts that saw increased number of students, then that could create a state proration. So that's a big unknown, because we know what our data is, but we don't know how the rest of the state is going to impact us. As well, the scholarship piece, we do know that we had students that have been in our schools since day one that are also having that scholarship deducted from the amounts then that the state sends us. So that's where you get to the $2.5 million that, again, it's being deducted from us as though those scholarships are being paid out, which they are being paid out, but we are still responsible for educating those students. So that's a big unknown. The discussion about the stabilization fund as well. When I talk about the proration, meaning that the state says for public education, this is what we've obligated, this is what we've budgeted. I don't care how many kids you have, this is what we're going to pay. The stabilization fund for the scholarships, that's always been interesting to me, that they recognize, well, if we tell you we're going to give you $10,000 per student for a scholarship, in private schools, you can count on that no matter what happens. If the number of kids getting a scholarship's double, we're going to make sure that we fund that such that you started with a budget of $10,000 per student. You end with that. You can be assured you're going to get that. They don't do that same thing for traditional public schools. And as well, I think one of the reasons that the fourth calculation is being delayed is because of the DOE is deciding what they have authority to use that stabilization account for. Can they use it to help with some of this where we're seeing what they're calling matched students, or students that are on our campuses that we've provided education, but they've got dollars sitting in a scholarship account that are not being used. Can they use that to make us whole? And I certainly hope they do, but otherwise that $2.5 million could possibly be a little bit more. Again, high hopes that they can use the stabilization to help offset some of that problem.
And could that impact our ending fund balance for the last year? Could that make a significant impact where we thought it was going to be 12.74 and it's significantly less potentially?
Absolutely. So the closeout of the 24-25 year is based on us receiving the revenues as calculated in the third calculation. So if that fourth calculation ends up with us seeing fewer dollars, then that will certainly make a difference. We're very hopeful. We've talked to Department of Education, a group of CFOs. We were on a call with them, and we're very hopeful that we will have it in time to close out our books, because that is one of the issues. We are required to have our final financial statements to Department of Education by September 11th, which takes a little while to back it up and get all that information provided. So they've only got a little bit to get us that information before we can incorporate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Edwards?
Thank you. While we're still talking about the funnel going down and nothing coming in, and I know we've spent a good deal of time complaining about Tallahassee and their decisions, let's throw the federal government into it while we're at it. How much is on the line from the federal Department of Education that we're still not accounted for?
Yeah, so as of right now, the impacted federal grants are Title II, the ones that we have in Sarasota. Title II, Title III, Title IV Part A. We do not get the 21st Century, which was released by the feds, I believe, this week. We don't have that one. And then adult education. So the total of there is almost $3 million.
Ms. Ziegler?
I just want to make sure I'm clear here. So when and I know that we'll talk about this in the next workshop, that's why I had it for legislative session. Just to make sure, so there are students for the entire year, because for the entire year they've registered, and we were able to, so let me finish my sentence. The question. We have students, a set number, that have applied and granted a scholarship and are enrolled in the books of a private school for the entire year, and have attended our schools.
So,
I don't know how that, I can't, yeah, go ahead.
yeah, so, and it goes back to this idea of the Florida ID and whether in order to get a scholarship, they truly have to have it, because I don't think they do. But the, yes, after the October count, when the third calculation was originally delayed, there were a handful of districts, Sarasota included, where we were asked to, so DOE had this list of matched students. They knew at that time that there were students that had been submitted in the FES or from Step Up in the other organization to receive a scholarship, and they had matched with students that we had reported for FTE purposes when we did the October count. So again, as they were trying to move through this, again, a handful of districts were asked, you take this list of these matched students and just confirm that they were truly in your schools. So we decided, again, I think there were about 5 districts, 5 of us, and we decided, okay, we're gonna give you really good information. We're gonna give you the date that they started. Were they here from day one? We're going to give you the number of days that they were here during the FTE count period. That's a 10-day window. We're going to give you exactly how long, how many days they were here during that time frame, and we're going to tell you if they've withdrawn since and what the reason if they have withdrawn. And when we saw our listing, the 250 of them had been here during that window. Definitely were here during the FTE window. We did have a handful that had subsequently withdrawn, but we would have still been due those dollars in October, but not very many. When I say a handful, I truly mean 5 or so. And then we had just a few that had started late, but most every one of them had enrolled by the first date of school. So we sent that back with some of those parameters and said, okay, of those that you sent us, here are the very few that changed, that we saw a difference in, but those students were ours and have continued to be ours. They've not asked for that information based on what we submitted for the February survey
That's what
count.
I was just gonna ask. So February, did it line up to be about the same amount of students?
We did not get a list of the matched students. We actually got that from one of the Senate staffers versus from Department of Education. It was kind of interesting as they were trying to figure out what is going on, but we've not been asked for that list, to verify that list again. We've offered in talking to Department of Education as they've again delayed this fourth calculation, said, hey, just let this almost be a part of the submission process. When we submit, survey 2 and 3, our major counts, when we submit those, can we please just do this? And I'm sure most every district will be very happy to do this, and then we can know. But they've not asked that.
And just to follow up, because whether they ask for it or not, we have, if you look into the February count, you said a handful, so is it about 245? I mean, it's pretty close to 250. I mean, you guys looked at what our second semester numbers were as well, and so we're not getting money for them. They're still because they, to me, it's just interesting. So they would still be on our books, but they're still registered as scholarship students even in the second semester. Is that?
Yes. So the way the scholarships work within the FEFP is we report the student as though, they are a Sarasota County school student. And it goes through that calculation where it applies the BSA and all those different pieces and calculates that 10,000 or however much it turns out to be per student. So it calculates that revenue. But then where the problem is they have what they pay the scholarships is not based on that revenue that was generated. What they pay for the scholarships is simply the payment file that says Step Up or whomever the organization is funded a scholarship account for this student. So we don't know in every instance whether that funded perhaps it's a homeschooled student and they've not drawn very much out of it because they're using it for supplies or something different that's not a tuition based, or whether again it's a tuition based and they've truly sent that money to a private school to pay for possibly tuition. Again, the dollars could still be just sitting in that scholarship account and they haven't been tapped into because the parent knows they sent their student to public school. So that's the missing piece. We just know a scholarship account has been funded, therefore the dollars have been taken from the revenues that we've earned. And again, so $2.5 million was deducted to fund those scholarship accounts that should have remained with us to fund students that we were educating.
Thank you. Sorry, I know we were going off on time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Anything else from the board? Seeing that, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We're going to go ahead and let's go ahead and take a 20-minute break. We also need to do a refresh on the technology. So we'll go ahead and take 20 minutes. We're adjourned for 20 minutes.
That's our 20 minutes? do it if I were, I'm wearing a dress. I was like, I'm not sure.
Which is CCLR, and then probably not this. I'm probably gonna just like that and do it.
All
right.
I know, that's what I said.
Then they break down.
Like we gotta stand today.
All right, are we ready? All right, we ready? Welcome back to the workshop for the Sarasota County School Board. We'll go ahead and continue. Superintendent, please.
Thank you, Board Chair. I'm really excited for our next topic. We've been doing a lot of work over the last school year, and this really initiated 2 school years ago at the direction of one of our board members and a parent that I met with around the epidemic that is occurring in our schools, specifically our high schools mainly, but across all schools to a degree, around vaping. And what our students, our staff are experiencing as a result of this very harmful activity takes place in a variety of ways. It's become a very challenging epidemic to solve, and we decided that our best course of action was to form a task force to really lift off what we believe are some initiatives to help combat this. We know that eradicating completely 100% is not necessary. It is the end goal, but there's a lot to be done in just initiating and getting started with educating our students about the dangers of vaping and how do we enforce it equitably across our schools so that we can get to a point where we eradicate it. And when we put out interest, I put out interest through our website and through our channels, and an overwhelming response actually from students, which was great. And one of our students who really took the lead is no stranger to us here at the school board meetings, and is actually a recent graduate of Riverview High School and did a tremendous job in really leading this task force. So under the direction of myself and Dr. Green, our chief of high schools, we worked with Sebastian Gerstel to form the committee, and he led every meeting throughout the year and came up with an outstanding product that I think will be a great springboard to us really attacking the problem of vaping in our schools. And we look forward for him sharing those updates and where we'll go from there. So we'll give it over to Mr. Gerstel.
Thank you, Superintendent Connor. And I'll just quickly echo that again. This is so much bigger than vaping. It affects not just the students who actually are addicted or are on it. It affects our staff. It affects our families. It affects the students who don't even do it. And that's why this is such a big issue for us. And we've taken on a lot of different tasks this past year. And I'm excited to update you all on what we've done, where we're going, and what sort of projects we're hoping to work on throughout this next year. So let's see. There we go. So we started off at the very beginning. What's our purpose? What's our mission? Our purpose was that this task force was to be an advisory and essentially a brainstorming group of stakeholders from across our schools, across our community. And the mission was to make sure that we have a school district that creates an atmosphere that is safe and focuses on academic excellence for every single one of our students. And that includes our families, all of them, our staff. We want to make sure that this is an issue that does not impact our educational requirements that we have as a school district. And just like we do with any other project, we started off with the data. We went straight to our consumers, which are our students, and we asked them, what's going on? What do you think is the issue? And the verdict was what we expected. It's an issue. We got over 1,000 responses for our student survey, and the result was that 68% said this is a very common issue in their schools, and 73% made it clear that they don't believe that what's currently being done was effective. And so we already knew that going into this, hence why we had the task force created. But this made it clear that this was an issue impacting well over 75% of our students. And so with that, we went into, after our very first meeting, we decided to go into this and explore our 3 categories by which we would operate and by which we would essentially tackle this issue. And that breaks it down into enforce. That's obviously our more disciplinary and rules side of things. Our educate, which comes down to our substance abuse and prevention curriculum. What kind of interventions are we having to make sure that we're preventing students from even making that first decision, and eradicating. And that comes down to our strategic partnerships with other organizations as well as within our district, and making sure that we have the streamlined communication so that we're able to make sure we're working together for the success of every single student every single day. And I'm happy to also say, I forgot to mention this, but our task force was extremely diverse. We had members from law enforcement, the health department, we had students, we had teachers, we had staff, we had parents, we had quite literally every single stakeholder involved in the creation of this task force. And so we had a wide range of opinions that we were able to get on this. And we're going to start off with our enforce, which is our disciplinary procedures, and that comes down to our student code of conduct. And so we undertook the revisions and essentially looking into 300.36 and 300.37, which comes down to our tobacco and vaping and nicotine and drug possession and use on campuses. And we realized that we have to be tough, but we have to be fair. At the same time, we're not here to punish students. We're here to make sure that they don't make that mistake again. And so while we are obviously going to enforce rules, we are also going to allow them to have that springboard into success, and so that bad decisions don't continue happening and it doesn't get any worse. And so we're happy to say that the student code of conduct was revised, or is being done in the sense that we will make sure that our students are made clear the standard of excellence that we expect from them, but that we'll also understand that a bad decision is not going to ruin your time in Sarasota County Schools or your future. Additionally, under our enforced category, we touched on safety and security management, and really the main priority that we undertook in this area was the communication and collaboration between our security personnel and our on-site administration on our campuses. We understood that there was clear feedback that there was miscommunications occurring within our security personnel, that we have our aides essentially on campus, and what was the needs of that campus. And so we're making sure that our campus security and our campus administration are working hand in hand so that the needs of every campus is being tailored. That response is being tailored to the needs of that campus. And so we understand it's not one size fits all. Every campus is different, whether it's size, whether it's what kind of situations going on. And so we're making sure that we have a tailored response so that we can be there and assist those students and ensure, of course, a safe and secure environment. And now we're going to move into our education categories, and we're going to begin with grades 5 to 8. And at this time, what we've done is we've established a summer work group to begin to review and evaluate the curriculums and certain options that aligns with essentially our needs and what we're wanting to produce for those age groups. Obviously, when you look at grades 5 to 8, especially that 5, 6, you're looking at that elementary, middle school transition. 8th grade, you're now already, the transitioning to high school. We're making sure that we're trying to prevent that. What we've seen is a lot of that behavior really starts in that 9th grade, 8th grade area. And so we want to make sure that when we have the opportunity 5 to 7, we want to make sure that we're really edging them away from that, because once they really get caught on some of this stuff in high school, it does become a significantly larger challenge than if we can prevent it in middle school. And that comes down to now we're at high school plan for grades 9 to 12. What we've normally done is we've done essentially once a month, or once really in the year for a certain month, we'll do a 40-minute long presentation for our students on, essentially it's a video that goes on all of these topics you see in front of you, whether it's lifestyle choices, the legal effects of using certain substances on campus, whatever it may be. And the reality and the feedback from our students was pretty clear. It was not effective. It was not tailored to students now. And whatever the reason for that may be, the reality is we're making that adjustment so that we're going to have the production of 8 of these videos, which are going to be maybe 5 minutes maximum each. And that's still going to give us that 40 plus minutes throughout the year of instruction on these different topics. But it's typically more consumable. It's not going to take away from teacher class times versus, we'll take 5 minutes out of a period possibly instead of taking an entire day of instruction out. So we're also saving that for our teachers, making sure that makes it easy for scheduling. But it's more consumable, it's more tailored to students of this generation. And it's actually going to be, we hope, and really the way we're making it is they're going to look at these videos and they're going to say, okay, I'm listening. I'm not just going to ignore this and play on my phone or whatever it may be, that kind of scenario. And again, so we're also working on it's going to be interactive. We want the student to be engaged. That's why it's that shorter amount of time versus a 40-minute, trying to keep a student engaged for 40 minutes on something they don't really want to be, watching. We're going to keep them engaged. We're going to make it worth their time. And then for the 12th grade, we're very excited to be pushing towards making a partnership with the production of, if I'm sure you've seen the Fentanyl Project, many of you actually have something made similarly to that by them for vaping. And so that would be essentially a mini documentary for the 12th grade instruction, which that might be a little bit longer, but the goal there would be something as impactful as the Fentanyl Project, but have that really be that 12th grade. They've had those years now where we're going on this content, this curriculum, and now we're going to essentially do one sort of finale in the 12th grade to set that record straight and encourage good behavior. And as we all know, parents are a part of the solution. They're a part of the student success. No matter what we do, it comes down a lot of times to parents. And so we are also working on some parent materials, some back-to-school materials. We're working on a brochure or pamphlet-style material that will be available online as well as in person that essentially will have materials that parents can themselves look into. That's going to include what resources does the district have, what resources are in our community they can find, what resources do they have online. So they can learn, what are telltale signs of vaping? Because that's also something that we learned throughout this last year. Is a lot of parents, they don't know. You look at some of these products at this point and you think to yourself, as easy as it may sound, you think to yourself, well, that looks like a USB stick. That looks like a whatever. And in reality, it is a nicotine or THC product. And so the industry moves so fast. And so we want to make sure our parents are able to be informed so that they can also interject before this behavior gets this action gets any worse. And I'm also excited to say that we are working on a back-to-school video that we're going to be sharing online, as well as sharing with some of our county law enforcement agencies. It's going to be a disciplinary and little consequences video of what it means and what can happen when you bring substances onto campus or you vape, or what that can mean. And so I'm happy to say that we have Sheriff Hoffman involved in that, and that'll be a great back-to-school sort of a reminder of what that kind of behavior can account to. And again, with the Sheriff's Office, now into our eradicate category, the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office has been a great partner already, and they've been an even greater partner now with the Vaping Task Force. The Sheriff has made it very clear that they want to be involved, and I'm very thankful for their support. And the biggest thing that we're really, really happy about, besides social media partnerships and streamlining communications between us and them, is that essentially what we are streamlining is that communication of, okay, if we catch a student with X and the student tells us certain information, we're going to make sure that information gets to the Sheriff's Office, and they will, if there's something off campus that they can do, for example, if you have vaping shops selling to minors, or you have whatever, they're going to act on that through the information we give them, or they're going to act on that based off information that they have. And so we're happy that they've been a dedicated partner, so they can help us out by stopping the flow of those substances and those essentially contraband from getting in the hands of kids and getting onto our campuses. Teen Corps has played a massive role throughout this last year. They are already a massive partner with us here, but we're expanding that even more. We're hoping to increase Teen Corps referrals. They've made it clear they want those referrals, especially when it's that second violation of vaping even. They want to be more involved, and they have a phenomenal success rate over at Teen Corps, and so we're excited to continue to work with them, expand the partnership so that students can have that second chance. We're not here to ruin someone's opportunities. We're here to make sure they can get off of it, they can see it, and that's what Teen Corps allows us to do, and we're hoping to expand that greatly. Another great partner throughout this last year has been the Public Health Department. They've quite literally, it's now a part of their job description to be a part of this, and I kid you not, I talk with them, it's literally in their role now to be a part of this task force and to have a role in Sarasota County, and so I'm incredibly happy to say that that partnership has done phenomenally over this last year. I'm happy to have grown into what it is, and they've allowed us to have access to so many resources and other organizations through the resources and contacts that they have, so that when we need those resources or we need additional thoughts, they're there for us. And so we have a great line of communication with them. I had a meeting just a little bit ago with them, and it's phenomenal the work that we're able to do together. And they had a massive part this last year in Vaping Task Force meetings. And I want to take a little bit of time to thank our Northport Drug-Free Youth Club. We had a meeting, I think it was I don't know if it was a second or third meeting, and we were up in here at the landings, and all of a sudden I see this line of kids come in, and Mr. Connor and I look at each other and say, we're going to need more chairs, because they filled the room. with students that were so dedicated and so concerned with what was happening that they came in there and they came prepared. And so we're excited. I want to thank them out and so excited to have so many dedicated students who really do care and stood up and did the right thing to help us out and give us information that we really needed and insight into the students. And one of the things we're hoping to get going is we're wanting to do a DeFi style club, whether it's DeFi or other type, at all of our high schools. And we want to create essentially student mentors that can assist other students, that can assist each other. And we want to make sure that there's a support system there between students as well, that they can help each other out and be role models for each other. And with that concludes our update. Obviously, I'm incredibly thankful, and we have a great team here, and we've done a lot of good things. I'm really excited to see how we begin to execute this for every single student, every single day. Thank you.
Ms. Ziegler?
Thank you so much, Mr. Gershold. I love this whole concept. Mr. Connor, thank you for putting this forward as well. I really am excited about the student component of it, and I see this framework being something that can be replicated across other areas. I'm a mom of younger girls, so I don't know much about the vaping world. I know actually we had a lot of the issues at the high school. It was kind of new to me, and you mentioned how it changes so fast and trying to keep up with what that looks like and what those signs are for a parent, and I personally can really much appreciate that. But then I think of some of the other challenges we have with it, social media, whether it be on appropriate uses of certain things. And so I think that watching how this enforcement and evaluation goes, I think this could be another framework that we could expand beyond that. I think it would be probably more middle school to high school, but I think there's a lot of implications that students have to deal with when it comes to that wide, vast world that is social media, and parents don't necessarily know all of those apps and what have you. Obviously, we have to keep it within the confines of what's appropriate, but I think when we talk about the enforcement, the education, you had that graph. What was it? Enforcement, education, and eradicate. Thank you. I think that is something that I'd like to see. Obviously, you want to start with this, be an example, and have it be successful. But I do think that this is a good framework for more things to come when it comes to engaging our students to help them be peer-to-peer so much easier in a lot. I don't want to say it's easy. It's not easy work, but it's much more influential. These are really tough issues, a huge impact on our students' health and their ability to be successful. And thank you for your leadership. A great presentation, but really, I really see this being a great opportunity overall. So I appreciate everything you've done. Thank you.
Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you, Sebastian. I just have a couple questions for you to elaborate on, but first of all, I think you did an excellent job, and this is the first time for me to really have a student-led initiative and present it to the board. So you did an excellent job. So my first question is, who, since you're going to be leaving, is going to be doing the follow-up for all this? Have you designated, your successor?
Well, yeah, I don't, obviously I think I'll let Mr. Connor answer a little bit more as to what happens there, but I will say I will be very happy to see how everything falls into play, and I'll stay involved as we get some of these videos and executables done. But obviously then it comes down to Mr. Connor to decide what happens next and where we take this once we have some of those things on the way.
Good answer.
Yeah. Very much so. We do have a great group of students, and again, I do want to acknowledge the Northport DeFi group. I mean, they came out every meeting, outstanding leadership from those students and the teachers that are helping sponsor that. And I am very confident that we'll be able to find someone who see this through. There's a lot of good initiatives to start with here to get us going, see what the effect is, because I'm hearing a lot of success, and we've talked a lot about this in Charlotte County. They've done some really good things in Charlotte County. And Sebastian took it upon himself to go down and talk to the administration down in Charlotte County. And this is a result of that. We hear a lot about the sensors that are in the bathrooms down in Charlotte County, and they are having some success, but they did not contribute that success to the sensors. It was mainly around establishing this foundation of educating, enforcing, having the partnerships start there, and then we could layer in some additional technologies as it advances, because there are constraints to that as well, financially, and just the monitoring of things like sensors. But yeah, he really went above and beyond in taking upon himself to talk to the agencies, to talk to different districts, and we're confident that we can find some, maybe not replace you entirely, but we'll get someone who can come in and do a good job.
Well, thank you. Then, so you kind of went there, but what were some of the challenges, and then what were the positive takeaways that from being with this whole group of people?
Well, we have a lot of students. And we have, a really dynamic situation with this. And it really comes down to a matter of how do we fulfill the needs of every single one of our students without impacting the needs of another student. And that really was, especially with the disciplinary parts and the strategic partnerships that we're working on, and that I was able to forge, it's, that's really what it comes down to, is how do we make sure that we're able to fulfill those needs without impacting others. And that was really the difficult part. But again, we had an incredibly diverse task force with so many opinions and thoughts and groups that were a part of it that made it quite simple. And like I said, I must have met with Teen Corp numerous times, health department. Everyone. This was such a big effort across our county, across the region, quite frankly. So many members were involved, and so we were able to. That was really the biggest challenge, but we were able to fulfill that and able to cross that bridge to make sure we can deliver for our students.
So my last question is, have you talked to Mr. Enos to let him know where you're going to be going in a few weeks?
Well, the cup was strategic. It was pointed right that way, but no. So I'm excited to be attending Florida State come August, and so I'm excited to.
Well, I wish you the best, and looking forward to seeing this through. So thank you very much.
Mr. Edwards?
So, it was a wonderful pleasure to see you in action. And I have, as I shared with you in one of my emails, I love when students are civically involved and engaged in conversation for their best interest and the best interest of the school district. You did a great job. I appreciate Mr. Connor finding the right place and the right lane for you, and it really it showed up here. For the board members, if you haven't seen the fentanyl project, get to see it. Stay tuned. There's a bullying video that should be shown by the same documentarian at school opening. Have you, I know you said you want to do that. Have you pursued that conversation about video?
Yeah, I think we've begun those conversations just briefly, but I think that's something that we're going to be exploring really come this school year to solidify that and get that into action.
Okay, let me know.
Absolutely.
Because I can loop that in and find the funding.
Fantastic.
I'm kind of wrapped in that way. Mrs. Marinelli hit the nail on the head for me about who's going to take this over, because the most impactful instruction is peer-to-peer, always. And if you're leaving, I'm going to be chasing after Mr. Connor to make sure that we have your succession plan in place, because I don't want to lose this momentum and lose the work, because I think it's killer important and it can be strategically handed off. The one place that I really commend you for as well is understanding that the best time to be there is in the 5th to 7th grade proactively, before they're even exposed, to try and give them the warnings and the dangers. It should almost be that there's a student peer-to-peer led counterpart in middle school that could eventually become the high school, so that the whole process is moving along. And the last thing I want to commend you for, which I think is so very important, is the empathy that you showed in and around the enforcement part. You made a point of saying second chances are important. They are, especially if you take the time to educate, and your relationship with Teen Corp, because that's what they're all about. So this whole thing for me is a triple header. There was nothing but positivity to be gained, and you did a fantastic job. I'm proud of you. Well done.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. You did a great job. The one thing I was interested about is I keep hearing from students, particularly in the Northport region, that they really do want to pilot the sensors in the bathrooms. I have to say, they keep calling me and emailing me, and they think that they can find folks to fund that pilot program. Is that something we're even looking into a little bit, or is that really on the back burner right now?
I'm going to have Dr. Green share a little bit. She's been working on that.
Awesome.
Sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So we have researched that and we have looked into it. So there are technologies out there that we have researched, and they are quite impressive. Some of the challenges that we run into with that is when you deploy those, the structural needs that go with that, and making sure that our schools are outfitted for that. And so some of our schools would require a great deal of operations to make sure that we equip them those ways, but then also the manpower that's involved with that. So how that works is those sensors are placed within the restrooms, but then there's a corresponding camera that goes outside of the restrooms, and those technologies have to talk to one another. So we have cameras in our schools. Those cameras, depending on the model, may or may not be equipped to match with that sensor. And if they don't, well, that's another expense that we would have to look at and accrue. But then what it does is it looks at over time how frequently that group, and it could be like a red shirt. The red shirt at this time is always, when that sensor goes off, is always in the group of students that are in that restroom when the sensor deploys. And so then what you see is an uptick in restroom 6 on the 3rd hall. And so we would, you put your energies into that space, and then over time it decreases. But on the front end, we have to make sure that we have the logistical funding to make sure that we can outfit our schools in that way. But we have looked at that, and we have explored that option as something that down the road, after we put these pieces in place, that we could definitely explore if that is the route we want to go. Because I think that there is the technology that could support this endeavor to match this goal. And it is pretty impressive, the things that are out there. So.
And I wonder, as AI continues to develop, if there'll be less and less manpower associated with that sort of a program. I don't know, but I know these things are moving quickly.
Right,
so.
right. And I think it does come down to the right approach, because you have to make sure, one, that you're not playing whack-a-mole, right? You're not always searching for the yellow jacket that is running around, but you're concentrating your efforts every time that there's a spike, right? That's decreasing over time. So you're decreasing the number of times that, okay, so if in bathroom 6 there's this uptick, the vaping seems to be happening in bathroom 6, so we put our energies in bathroom 6, but then, okay, students realize we can't vape in bathroom 6, so now we're going to bathroom 4. Well, we can't vape in bathroom 4, so, and eventually students realize, well, we can't vape anywhere, right? Because now they're on to us everywhere. So, and that's essentially the model of how you end up over time decreasing it, because the sensors let you know, and because it lets you know, it tracks more specificities in that model with the cameras. You can start to identify who those outliers are always in the crowd, which will help you to know if you have maybe students who are producing those vapes on your campus.
Okay, excellent.
And I can add something there. So just so you know, we did that here at Riverview High School, had sensors, and we did Sarasota. And the issue is there's 25 kids in there, the sensor goes off. Now you have 25 kids coming on film out because it's a sanctionable offense. So then it turns into an administrative thing. But I do like it with the AI technology, where you'd be able to place somebody in that bathroom during that time period, which would push people to the next bathroom, which ultimately would eliminate it. The enforceability piece is very limited with the sensor, but the information that you would get, and especially with AI, I think then that would target it with education. They wouldn't do it at the schools, and ultimately that would be a big, huge thing. Ms. Marinelli?
Well, maybe since we're building a new high school, we might be able to incorporate some of that while it's being built, and then it wouldn't be an add-on. Just a thought.
That's a great thought.
Ms. Barker?
And I was just gonna bring that back around to say, does it make sense to actively explore partnerships? If there are folks in the community who are really passionate about this and they wanna throw some money behind it, does it make sense to talk to them?
Yeah, absolutely. We'll take it. We will to funding, and I do agree. It is a very challenging way to implement, but I know the technology has advanced quite significantly, and I think it's always worth revisiting a pilot implementation to see how it goes and go from there.
Thank you so much, and good luck. I know you'll be fabulous at whatever you pursue next. So.
And again, obviously you picked the best university in the state of Florida, and we are very appreciative, myself, Dr. Green. I know that we thank you for keeping up that tradition. So anyway, great job, buddy. Superintendent Connor?
All right, we're going to transition to our last topic for today, which is going to include Pillar 1, an update on college and career and life readiness. So we'll have Mr. Tripp Jennings come up and share. We typically do this in July, give the board an update on all the great things that are happening around CTE pathways, work learning experiences, career exploration, and college readiness.
Good afternoon. Hello again. While they're getting the PowerPoint set up, I'll say that my daughter, 8th grader at Sarasota Middle, is a member of SWAT, if you remember Students Working Against Tobacco. So can't speak to any other middle school, but there is a chapter of SWAT at Sarasota Middle. So maybe something for Mr. Connor and Sebastian to look into to bridge that partnership you all spoke to. Again, Tripp Jennings, thank you all for allowing us to come to you again this summer, as we have last several summers, to give you an update on career and technical education and career education as a whole that's happening in our district. With me is Michelle Groves, our college career life readiness program manager. And I'll get started here. We're going to frame this update around the strategic plan and its relevant items. It jumps around a little bit, which I think speaks to how far-reaching the importance of career education is for our students. It's not just in one little box in one part of strategic plan, it's all over it. So 1.4.1, that one is all about our CE programs. So essentially the goal there is to enhance our CT programs in that we want students to take more than just one and done. The way CTE is designed at the state level is for students to take 2, 3, 4 courses within the same pathway, a concentrated program of study, and at that time earn industry recognized credentials and potentially participate in work-based learning where they engage with a local employer. So here's a snapshot of what's going on in CTE in our schools. So about half of all of our students in grades 6 through 12 are in CTE on any given day. So that's a pretty significant percentage of our students every day are in a CTE classroom. We have over 100 CTE teachers among our middle and high schools. Over 600 high school students dual enroll at Suncoast Technical College every year. I know we spoke about dual enrollment a little bit earlier. They're seeing record numbers of applicants, more applicants than they have seats for. So I think that speaks to the increased awareness and understanding of the importance of skilled trade education. About 4,500 industry certification credentials are earned annually by our CTE students. Those are not from Department of Education designed exams. Those are third-party industry-based exams, SolidWorks, Adobe, Microsoft, Autodesk, things like that. 1.4.3 is speaks to our career centers. And so this one kind of started with our previous strategic plan, where we wanted to utilize diplomacy and create an equitable environment with baseline resources and services provided regardless of what school a student attended. We didn't want it to be like, well, if you went to this high school, you have all kinds of college resource support, but not if you go to this high school. We saw that as a big equity flag, and so we wanted to create a baseline of services, college, career, and other that should be available at all high schools. So that was where this one started. And I don't know, Michelle, if you want to expand on that.
Yeah, so here you can see our menu of options that we have available for all of our high schoolers. And as Tripp had mentioned, this really allows the same services and experiences regardless of which high school a student is attending. And that's really what we wanted, because ultimately those students, they're all getting out there post-graduation, and we want to make sure that they're prepared. So thanks to the implementation of School Links, though, that support allows students to continue their post-secondary planning year-round. So even during the summertime, which is critical because they're not in classrooms, the exciting piece that since June 1st, when the kids were out of the classrooms, we have had over 1,160 students accessing the platform. And it's not just that they're logging in, they're actually completing activities. Many of them are going to be those high school students who are trying to get a jump start on their college planning, but they're also conducting research into different careers. They're setting those post-secondary goals, and they're essentially preparing for the new school year, which again is very exciting. One of the key points that I just want to emphasize again is that students are utilizing this resource. So it's very, very exciting, even when they're not in school. Strategic Action 4 speaks to the developed CCLR framework that includes student experience and access to real-world exposure. So monthly reports are shared with our career advisors and also school administrators, and that showcases the completion levels of scope and sequence activities by various grade levels. Something new for this year that I'll talk about again, because again, it's all very exciting. Our seniors, our grade 12 students, are going to have a differentiated activity selection, and it'll be based on their post-secondary pathway that they're planning, whether they're career or whether they're college bound. So that's something that's going to be new for the upcoming year. And for the experiential learning opportunities, those are posted in, and the student attendance is tracked within schooling. So that's providing a comprehensive overview for all staff to monitor student engagement in those experiential learning activities. Many of those activities are organized around a career cluster of the month, allowing career advisors to curate a list of students who have already identified interest in that particular industry. And those career advisors are personally sending those invites to those students. So there's more connectivity through these events. For middle schools, they hosted nearly 120 events with over 2,000 students registered. And these events included financial lunch and learns, monthly guest speakers around those career clusters of the month that I mentioned, field trips to companies like ABC7 and Chris-Craft, and also to educational institutions like Suncoast Technical College. And at the high school level, that number grows. 270 events with over 7,700 students registered. There's a lot more happening at the high school level, which is understandable, but those are some real-world real-world presentations that are conducted in partnership with one of our local chambers. That's a really key one. College representatives who come in and visit those career centers and also do presentations to those student populations. Employer field trips, guest speakers, different workshops, FAFSA completions, interview prep, scholarship search, resume writing. There's so much going on. And through these experiential learning activities, students are actively exploring their futures and starting to make their informed decisions. So for Strategic Action 6, as part of our work, a practical life skills course was designed to better prepare students for real-world responsibilities after graduation. The curriculum was created by a dedicated work group, and it's aligned to the Florida Department of Ed's Career Research and Decision-Making course. All of the resources are available in Schoology, so teachers have access to all of that to infuse in their classes if they see fit. The course covers essential topics, and there are a lot of those topics that every student should know before they graduate. And just this is another step making our CCLR efforts more comprehensive and practical. And finally, including school links. I mentioned it a couple of times, but I do want to say a huge thank you to the board for confirming the school links renewal for the upcoming 3 years, because this really is an amazing platform and is providing us with such rich data. And so we're wrapping up our 3rd year, but we have 2 full years of data that are available to us that we're starting to kind of dig into. There are free tools out there, but SchoolLinks really offers us also a level of customization that is unlike any of those other tools, and I'll talk about them a little bit as well. But SchoolLinks is a very robust platform, and it guides our students in grades 6 through 12 through college, career, and life readiness activities. It's, as I mentioned, giving us tremendous data, and this is really what we're starting to use in our decision making, and I'll share some more of that as well. But all students are required by the state to complete a personalized plan. And we use SchoolLinks to not just meet this goal, but to also exceed it, which, again, doing more and really excelling and being a leader is what this district is really good at doing. Students are going to complete their grade level activities. They take evidence-based assessments, and they receive personalized feedback from advisors. It's more than just a checklist that they're going through. They really are engaging with the platform. It's meaningful. It's a planning experience. It evolves and grows with them as the student moves through their academic career here at the district. So, how are we using this data? Well, let's take a look at our incoming 9th graders. This is the class of 2029.
Yeah, we just a couple of the data points that we collect in SchoolLinks is shown here. Of the 4 post-high school pathways, you can see the percentages and which pathway students at that age are selecting. And then at the same time, you can also see what their designated career cluster of interest is and their top career of interest. So you can see professional athlete is number 3, but these are 8th graders. They all want to be Michael Jordan or whoever the current player is. But interesting data, but like Michelle said, our career advisors and our administrators and school counselors, to me, should be utilizing this data in their conversations with students. Like Michelle said, if they have a field trip or a guest speaker coming of, let's say James Griffith is coming to speak at a school about his owning a business and running a salon, the career advisor to determine which students would go to that could log into SchoolLinks, look at their cluster of interest and see which students indicated human services as their interest, and we could target market students who are already have indicated an interest in that field instead of just saying, everybody in 4th period English, come on, you're going to hear a speaker. So that's one example of how we can utilize this data.
And then moving to the class of 2027, there's a couple of interesting items to point out as well. Students are continuing their post-secondary planning. On the previous slide, the class of 2029 had 55% who are planning on a 4-year. With this cohort, the class of 2027, that number is almost 67%. And so the workforce also drops from 17% to 10%. And this is that age when students are getting into acceleration. They're taking some IB courses, or they're in an IB program, or they're taking some AP or dual enrollment. They're really getting exposed, and 4-year college is what is traditionally aligned with that. So it makes sense. The other point that I want to make is in the top career clusters of interest, we've seen a consistent trend of students who have identified audio and video technology. So again, one of the ways that we're using the data is this year we're expanding our experience career luncheons to include a new multimedia focus. So we're going to bring in some local companies to have those small roundtable conversations with students to talk about what is this industry like? What are they looking for in new employees, so that the students can hear what they have available or what could be potential for them as far as a future career. And then you'll also notice that engineering and construction are in that top 6. Those will also be some of our experience luncheons that we will be hosting this upcoming year. So again, tailoring the events to focus on what those students' interests are is really how we're leveraging this data.
And then if we move to our most recent graduating class, you can see how now it's reality. It's in. When they're sophomore, junior, college, we all have to go to for university. And then when they learn about it, well, to get into FSU or UF, that's a high bar to get in there right away. So what am I actually going to do after high school? Maybe it's a 2-year state college, maybe it's a technical college, maybe I mean, to me, this is more reality. This is what our class just graduated indicated as there. You can see the workforce percentage increased, the 2-year tech college increased, and then also you can start to see more of an alignment with the career cluster of interest and the career of interest. So definitely speaks a lot when you start to compare these. It's not the same students, it's different cohorts, but we're just comparing based on the grade level.
And then speaking of the class of 2025, pictures are worth thousands of words. We know that. Our 2025 grads returned to their elementary schools for their path parades or senior walks. The high school graduation ceremony is such a wonderful experience, but I think this event where they return to their elementary schools is so impactful for both groups, the graduates and the younger students. So one school even staged a time machine, that's the middle photo, with elementary kids walking in one door and the graduates walking out the other, which I thought was a really great visual. It's powerful for these kids to see former students dressed in cap and gowns. It gives them something to aspire to. It's meaningful, and it really connects those long-term goals with those milestones that we want those students to achieve. So, getting back to the data, this is the data for those students who were interested in post-secondary education. We'll leave this one up for a while because I know that this is what everybody likes to look at. But our career centers offer numerous college-related services, assistance with research, applications, scholarships, essay writing, so much more. I think that these actions, coupled with the college application tracking within School Links, is really producing some impressive results. So the left-hand column, you see that USF is leading in college applications, followed by Florida State, UF, SCF, and UCF. Now these are all in-state schools, so students are probably making that decision based off of they get in-state tuition, they're a little bit closer to home, and they can also use their Bright Futures. Very smart on all 3 of those. Under enrollment, you see a little slightly different picture. SCF actually leads in the enrollments piece of it. So students are changing from where they applied to where they actually enroll. But that's followed by USF and then FSU. For the first time, we are seeing Suncoast Technical College appear on this list as college enrollments, which is very significant. It's showing that students are recognizing that skilled trades are valuable and they're viable career paths, which is just amazing especially for our area. We know that there's a tremendous need for that. And we're also seeing strong outcomes in terms of scholarship. That's going to be the right-hand column. Students have reported over $23 million in scholarships that they have been awarded. That's up from $18.8 million last year. That's over 20%. So they're out there getting those dollars to help them with college. The number of unique college applications applied to also increased over last year, as well as total college acceptances. Interestingly, though, students are applying to fewer colleges on average. That's down from 3.8 to 2.9. So fewer applications per student, but they're getting more acceptances. So that's telling us that students are more intentional and they're more strategic about their applications and where they're applying. And it also points to the strength of college and career readiness and how having that plan and being prepared is really getting them to where they want to be. Strategic Action 10, this is another item that has been accomplished through School Links.
Yep, this one speaks to, like Michelle said, there's a statute. Every student has to annually update their plan, their post-secondary plan. So you can see in the 3 years we have had school links implemented, which little asterisks on the first year, we didn't start that one until after Hurricane Ian, so that was like an October, November start of that school year. But with 3 years, you can see that chart is moving in the right direction of number of students. And then organically, without us even doing a strategic push for parent involvement, you can see the number of parents who are accessing their child's school links college and career profile has drastically increased over those 3 years too. With a partnership with the communications department, they're in the process of producing a video about CCLR that's going to help promote to parents and families, hey, this is out there. Your student has a profile that they've indicated what their plans are that they might not have talked to parents about. So that could be a good conversation starter. And then the third column, that one shows our local employer and college engagement with school links. And it doesn't mean that students are applying to a college so they're on that list. That means a college or an employer has created their own profile in school links and utilizes it so they can be searchable and researched by students. So it takes some effort on their part too. So all three of those charts are in the direction we want them to go. One of our Pillar 1 key performance indicators, we want to boost graduates who are college and career ready. And we've heard for years, I've heard it from principals for years, college and career readiness. We want everybody to be college and career ready. What does that mean? How can we measure that? Our state, some states in our country have a metric-based definition of college ready, career ready. Our state does not. You can see DOE's definition written there, which has no metric base on it. So we took it upon ourselves as part of our previous strategic plan. We want to, as Mr. Eno says, we want to lead and follow. Let's determine what graduating college ready and career ready means in Sarasota County. Let's define that and let's measure it and let's make data-driven decisions based on it. So that was in 2022 where we had a work group get together that was made up of lots of different stakeholders to come up with our local definition. And then that was approved by a cabinet. And then we, over a lengthy process, the last couple years, we worked with school links to build out a customized tracker system for college ready and career ready. Again, not something to my knowledge that any other school district in this state is doing. So they custom built that for us within our system. And then during this upcoming school year, a work group will be put together to, now that we have a baseline data on that, they will be looking at, okay, if our KPI is to increase students who meet those indicators, let's look at where we're at baseline. What can we do? What should we do moving forward?
So here you see a list of the specific indicators for college readiness, both 4-year and 2-year in technical colleges, as well as the criteria for career readiness. These district-defined metrics, as Tripp had mentioned, have been fully integrated into school links, which means staff have the ability to access that, giving them a clear, real-time view of each student's readiness profile. This is our baseline data. We have 61% of students who are, based on those metrics, identified as college ready, career ready, or both. So from our first year of tracking, I think that this is, again, very, very impressive results for what we're seeing in the students that we're putting out there into colleges and the community at work. However, we expect this number to increase because we are waiting on state acceleration data. And so many of those are metrics within the tracker, so those numbers should naturally go up. And this is not a replacement for graduation requirements. It's just a deeper look at student preparedness beyond the diploma.
Another KPI in Pillar 1 is to increase participation in work-based learning. We believe strongly that students that engage with employers in some fashion before they graduate high school glean a lot from that experience. This data and work-based learning does not include students who have part-time jobs. That is 100% a valuable experience for students to have part-time jobs, but work-based learning is defined as a student in a long-term engagement with an employer where they're also earning credit towards high school graduation through one of those 6 methods: internship, OJT, clinical rotation as part of a health program, and so on. So this does not show that that only 20.6% of our recent graduates worked with an employer. That's not what that says. That means that many engaged in one of those 6 criteria to count for based learning. So again, this is essentially baseline data. Our district hasn't analyzed number of our graduates who participated in WBL before. So we felt that's something we should look at and try to increase. Even if it's an experience where a student is with an employer and they realize, I don't want to do that for work. That is just as valuable as them finding something that they do like. So I went back 4 years. That doesn't mean we've been monitoring this for 4 years. I just wanted to see some trend in the data. So we went back 4 years. And you can see that it's slightly going down. But again, we haven't had a strategic push towards increasing WBL. This is essentially baseline, and we will go from here. The farm, right? September 10th is our ribbon cutting for the farm. I want to, again, very much thank all of you for your support over the last several years in the creation of this amazing, unique entity that, again, Sarasota will be a leader in this. There are a lot of school-based farms and ag programs in the state. I have yet to find a 40-acre facility that is accessible to every grade level and has the goal of overall increase of agricultural literacy within students and the community. So this will be a very exciting thing. Florida Department of Agriculture Commissioner Wilton Simpson agreed to join us at the ribbon cutting, so he will be there. So his office has been aware of this project over the years, so I think that also speaks to Tallahassee's interest and intrigue in what we're building here. So just a quick recap of the timeline on that project. Phase 1 was completed last summer. And so this past school year, we had kind of a soft opening because we had our barns open while half of the site was still under construction. We had 32 student-owned and managed animal projects on site that all were shown at the county fair. And I have to say that the top awards at the county fair were swept by animals that were from our farm. So on our soft opening year, I think that's pretty solid. We're only going to see that number increase. Between January and April of this past school year, we had over 500 students come through there on field trips. Again, while half of it's still under construction. And we already have 57 field trips on the calendar for this coming school year with almost 1,500 students, and I only foresee that growing. We haven't even started the school year yet. So very exciting there. What's coming up next?
So based on feedback and data, we are revising the scope and sequence, as I had mentioned, for our 12th grade students. That's going to be the noticeable change. Those senior activities will now align directly with their post-secondary goals, meaning a student who's on that workforce path is not going to have to complete all of those college ready. They're not going to have to do a college campus tour and look at the different pieces because it doesn't relate to them, which is really going to create a more personalized and meaningful experience as they are working to toward planning their future post-secondary goals. And then the other piece for CCLR is that stakeholder awareness campaign that was mentioned, where we are working on a video to showcase CCLR so that we can share it with all of our stakeholders. So yes, families will better understand what is available, but also staff and our community. That's another area where we really want them to understand that our employer partners are a great asset, and we love tapping into them to bring them in to talk to our students, to really explain what they do for a living, and to talk about what a student could look like, whether it's an internship opportunity or their first part-time job or a career with them.
And Sky Ranch, as was mentioned previously, is opening up. They have a STEAM focus, and that A stands for agriculture, which is exciting. The University of Florida IFAS Extension office has some property right down the street from them, so they will be a partner for sure. And those of you who have seen it, the state-of-the-art production lab that we built kind of on the corner office on the second floor, which is adjacent to two computer labs, which will be for computer science and engineering, but that production lab that those students will have access to, even some of the construction subcontractors said they wanted to play in that lab. It has every shop tool you can think of, laser engravers, 3D printers, and the like. So like Mr. Connor said, we want to make sure we have the latest, greatest technology in the hands of our students. And then Welland Park High School, as far as the CTE component to that, a year from now, we've got 6 CTE pathways planned for that school, including agri-technology, computer science, which will also incorporate artificial intelligence and cybersecurity within that program pathway, multimedia entrepreneurship, and hospitality and tourism, which they'll partner with Cool Today Park, which is right down the street as well. So ideally seeing a lot more work-based learning experiences down there in South County with those programs. That's it.
Before we move to questions, there's a couple more what's next I'd like to share too. We're also partnering with Junior Achievement, and we are working on some funding sources from external partnerships to build what we call the 3DE high school model. And that is where students will be integrated with their core curricular classes. It's a cross-curricular around building their work-based competencies through case studies through 9th through 12th grade. And so they're going to be working with Fortune 500 companies. They're going to have some hands-on problem solving in each of those case studies that we're really excited about. So I know I've had a chance to share with each of you one-on-one what that potential looks like. And another one that I'm really excited about, and I do want to thank Mr. Edwards for really spearheading this, is our work with David Shapiro, which is the Studio Labs coursework that we are actually just today found out that we've just secured $100,000 from Gulf Coast Community Foundation to implement AI-based instruction in combination with digital cinema production. And so what a great partnership to get students ready. And these are actually STC adult students that are going to be participating in this production-based experience that I think is going to be, bar none, I don't know of anyone that's doing it at this level around the state. And in partnership with David Shapiro and his connections, we'll be able to have hands-on mentors in the industry, celebrities who actually are already coming to our high schools because of the work of David Shapiro, bringing them in and really just taking off with this emerging technology of artificial intelligence, digital cinema productions, and really bring in an infrastructure that is bar none very unique and exciting. So that is like news today, just breaking in terms of the $100,000. But again, thank you, Mr. Edwards, for that connection. You've really been working hard to bridge that with us, and it's been some bumps in the road getting it going because there's so many challenges when you're talking about technical college and coursework and getting that funded and recognized, and we're excited to see where that brings us to. So that's also what's happening.
Ms. Barker?
Thank you, guys. I'm beaming because it's so exciting to hear what we're doing and making pathways for all students. I did just want to point out, for the benefit of all of us here, to remember that when we were talking about those proposed cuts to AP and ID in the last legislative session, those proposed cuts would be to our career and tech ed courses and stuff. And so when we're keeping an eye on that particular strand of funding, I would love to make sure that we have all our information about what we're doing with our CTE to be able to put that on our legislative agenda to say it's not just our advanced coursework, but that money also supports our career and tech ed learning. So just wanted to make sure we highlight that. So thank you so much.
Yeah, as we speak, the Florida Association of CTE conference is happening in Orlando, and some of my team members from our department are there, and that is absolutely one of the main topics of discussion for my counterparts and everyone across the state, is this now combined bonus FTE group, and CAPE, which is the CTE funding, is a part of that. So we will absolutely make sure Mr. Connor, Mr. Parento have all the intricacies known that come from the CTE specific side.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Mr. Edwards?
Well, this is one of my favorite presentations every year because from the time I got here, every student should have a plan, enrolled, enlisted, or employed. We sort of attacked it when I got here in a two-pronged approach. We went after the college career centers and got them all moving in the same direction at the same time with best practices, added school links, and the push where we did the trades academies, the work we've done with Sarasota Memorial Hospital, Semcor Productions, and David Shapiro, and all of the work that you guys are doing. I know Tripp has been at this a lot longer than I have, but the quantity and quality of work has expanded year over year over year, and that accounts, in my mind, to that nearly 50% number. Much like the vaping conversation that we had, we need to. I know everything we're sort of right now still focused on 9 through 12. The next big push I'd like to see is middle school. I know we're doing it. I know we're doing some of it, but that's the difference here from what I've been able to see is that the more exposure that students have to what's available out there, not just doctor, lawyer, fireman, professional athlete, but all of these incredible things. And as soon as we can get them excited and ignited, although I didn't see rowing coach anywhere on there. But anyhow, you get my point. And so from my seat, I need to just a huge amount of gratitude. I love School Links. I can't talk about it enough, and the work that you've been doing. I think we've just scratched the surface of what is available and what we can do, and our community is hungry to help us with that. So the more innovation you guys have, and I'll keep dragging businesses and companies our way, but well done. Thank you so much. Oh, one last thing that it was a note. I think we should offer in School Links a parent tutorial for the parents, because I think that might be one of the big hurdles. That 12,000 students and only 1,000 parents using it, the ratio needs to be at least 50%, and I think we can figure out how to do that.
And that's actually one of the initiatives that we've talked about for this upcoming year. Through that CCLR video is talking about how they can interact with their students, the conversations that they can have, and then also getting onto the platform. So one of the things that I've been working on is those resources to share out with our career advisors so that they can get students on the platform as well.
I'm not surprised.
Ms. Ziegler?
Thank you. I, too, am a big fan of CTE. I think, I still think we lead the state when I think about innovation and just being ahead. As you noted, Tallahassee is very aware of us, but I think we even have more eyes on us beyond the state. I think we do a lot of innovative elements. Very excited about the farm. So thank you for your leadership. But when I think about, even what Mr. Edwards has said, just the expansion and the exposure, and it is so important. And I know we've obviously talked about over the course of a decade, even in the middle schools. And I wasn't the biggest traditional academia, wasn't really my fan. I was good, but I wasn't my fan. And there's a lot of students at that level, I think, that their trajectory looks diminished because they don't love just sitting in a classroom necessarily, but they have great opportunities and they have great potential. And so the more we are able to expose them to the wide range of things, that certainly economically, there's lots of prosperity with a lot of these trade schools and trade jobs, the more opportunity they realize for themselves. I know you guys are already doing it. I just am plugging it because I've always been a big advocate of it, and whatever we can do to continue to support this, because I don't see this as, I actually find this very much as a core education, for the reasons I just stated. So I don't look at it as a separate function, even though I know that's kind of how it's looked at. Certainly you have the core, the elementary pieces of reading, writing, and some basic, the math piece, but the more we can get our students to be hands-on, I think the sky's the limit in a lot of ways. So whatever support is needed in this space, you have it from me. So thank you again for your leadership.
Ms. Marinelli?
Thank you. That was excellent. All I could keep thinking about is from when I was a counselor and then in student services, how far you have brought this whole CTE, and so congratulations. I think just a fabulous don't even know the word I want to use. But and whoever is involved, and, Mr. Edwards, anybody in our community, all it does is just makes us all the better for our students and our community. So, and of course, the farm school is the one that's near and dear to my heart, so I love driving by there and seeing how it's all coming forth. And a couple of weeks ago, I ran into Senator Lisa Carlson, and she was out there, and she's, Robin, I just have to tell you that Kate, she is something. We were, we went out with the Cattlemen's Association thinking, well, we might help with the fence, but not only are we paying for the fence, we're paying for feed, we're paying for this. And I said, yeah, it's great, but they just love the whole farm. And we are getting recognition all over for that program. But everything with this whole career education, just kudos, thank you. Just taking it so far, and to all the staff that are involved, so thank you.
Well, and I would say the same thing and echo it, but I can tell you, I think that if I went to Votech back in the day and became a plumber, I'd have learned a lot and would have made a lot more money in my career than I ever did as a policeman. So I know with my son who graduated, some of his friends went on to college, but I tried to push as many to go into the trades because we need plumbers, we need AC repairman. I mean, when it's 104 out today with no AC at your house, not so good. And of course, talking to the agriculture people, one of the things that when we were looking at doing the farm is that they said is, in this community, this used to be a huge 4-H, FOAG, FFA community, and that was a land grant there at McIntosh that had to have something on there. And as it diminished, they said one of the things that they kept bringing up is somebody has to be interested in order to grow the food that we're all eating, and we really need to be able to bring people into the mix to be able to do that, because it's kind of something that nobody really talks about. So I'm glad to see that the Ag Secretary will be here and really could get recognition for all of Sarasota County, Sarasota High School, all the people that have been involved in there, because nobody has facility. Because that place back in the day, I mean, there were tons of hogs there. There was, I mean, it was cow thing. It was the hub. And again, hats off for all the work that you've done, especially on the career readiness. I think that's, and I give all the credit to Mr. Edwards on that. We need to have our kids need to be prepared, whether it's the military, the trades, or college. When they leave here, that's our obligation, that we should have something so that they can get to where they want to be. So with that, I truly appreciate it. Superintendent Connor?
That concludes our workshop today.
Now we're open for any board comments. If anybody has a thing, I know that in about 55 minutes, we'll have the board meeting for today. Any comments?
No, it's great.
Seeing none, we are adjourned until 3 p.m.
I think of it. If you can read my chicken scratch.
Yeah, I make my list all day, every day.